The future of Africa lies in the hands of its youth. Over 60% of the population is under 25, connected by technology, and driven by a desire for change. The power of data is in their hands. As mobile phone penetration increases across Africa, so does the potential for youth to drive transformation. But organizations still struggle to access quality, localized data, critical for impact-driven decision-making. Without accurate, real-time data, efforts to tackle major challenges in health, education, food security, and climate action fall short. Furthermore, the cost of training and retraining data resource persons is high. But what if there was a better way? Introducing Wadata, built by Africans for Africa. A platform that connects young people in Africa to the digital, data, and green skills needed to drive real change. For Africa's youth, Wadata provides opportunities to learn, earn a decent income, grow and build careers, whether from a rural village or a bustling city. For organizations, Wadata offers real-time access to verified, skilled data champions, bringing key insights and local context to every project. With Wadata, Africa's youth are not just data collectors, monitors, or annotators. They are architects of a better tomorrow, driving real impact, leading initiatives in climate action, inclusive AI, and sustainable development, shaping the future of their communities. Now join us in empowering Africa, one data point at a time. Wadata, for youth, for data, for Africa.
Taking this early opportunity to welcome you to the second edition of the East African Employability Summit happening at the Kenyatta International Convention Center, Nairobi, Kenya, bringing together the entire East African community and for the first time the African Union. Sort of what to expect this year is the launch of the 1 million Next Level Africa Union initiative, the launch of career assessment tool by the Corporate Career Academy, the launch of various documentations, frameworks and policies by the Ministry of Labour Kenya that support employability skills, that support transition, that support access to opportunity. We are glad that we are working with the Africa Union Division of the Youth and together with the Women, Gender and Youth Directorate to deepen this agenda. Our priority on this summit that is in tandem with the theme, which is to build on the gains from the last year and particularly in closing the employability skills gap in the East African community, then works with stakeholders like the African Union, which we are deeply grateful to for supporting this edition of the Employability Summit and working together with the Ministry of Labour, Ministry of Education and various government ministries and departments and agencies. We hope to achieve the very aspects of the summit that we've enlisted in the rich agenda that we've shared out. We have already received delegates from at least 28 nationalities: Zambia, Nigeria, Burundi, Rwanda, Congo, Tanzania, South Sudan, Uganda, and the rest of the world. And we hope that this then rich audience will enrich the program on the 2 days, on the 29th and 30th. So this is really to invite training institutions, including universities, TVETs, out-of-school initiatives, government policy drivers, and the industry, so that we curate this agenda together and we bring more opportunities to our young people in Kenya, in East Africa, and the
future of Africa lies in the hands of its youth. Over 60% of the population is under 25, connected by technology and driven by a desire for change. The power of data is in their hands. As mobile phone penetration increases across Africa, so does the potential for youth to drive transformation. But organizations still struggle to access quality, localized data, critical for impact-driven decision-making. Without accurate, real-time data, efforts to tackle major challenges in health, education, food security, and climate action fall short. Furthermore, the cost of training and retraining data resource persons is high. But what if there was a better way? Introducing Wadata, built by Africans for Africa. A platform that connects young people in Africa to the digital, data, and green skills needed to drive real change. For Africa's youth, Wadata provides opportunities to learn, earn a decent income, grow and build careers, whether from a rural village or a bustling city. For organizations, Wadata offers real-time access to verified, skilled data champions, bringing key insights and local context to every project. With Wadata, Africa's youth are not just data collectors, monitors, or annotators. They are architects of a better tomorrow, driving real impact, leading initiatives in climate action, inclusive AI, and sustainable development, shaping the future of their communities. Now join us in empowering Africa, one data point at a time. Wadata, for youth, for data, for Africa.
My name is Livingston Makori, founder of Corporate Career Academy. Welcome to the second East African Employability Summit and the third Uongozi Career Awards. I'm here to talk about one aspect of life which is very important, and that's career choices. One of the things that affects the economies, parents, and students is in the area of career choice. With the right career choice, that determines who you become, what level of resources our industry gets. So we are here as Corporate Career Academy to introduce our support on career choice. So since the last 10 to 11 years now, we've been working with learning institutions, offices of career services. We're working with the students, discussing around matters career. One aspect that has come out very clear is that more than a half of the students did not choose the course they are doing. So what's the solution to that? So Corporate Career Academy on Tuesday will be launching the career assessment platform. So we've come up with a career assessment platform that helps parents, students, stakeholders to be able to guide students towards career choice. Who does this career assessment platform target? We are targeting students themselves, we are targeting parents, we are targeting professionals, and when you talk about students, we talk about students from all levels, whether they are in a CBC, those who are in grade 6, grade 7, all the way to those who are joining university. So we have career assessments for subject selection, career assessment for career path selection, career assessment for course selection for those who are going to the university, career assessment for sabbaticals and home owners, those who have left job and now want to go back to career, career assessment for TVET. For those of us who want to join TVET institution, then we have a standardized career assessment which helps them to choose a course in the TVET. And finally, we have career assessment for professionals and the senior professionals. This includes job changers who want to do a career assessment. So why is our career assessment unique? Someone will ask. There are so many career assessments out here. Even you go to the internet, you find so many of them. Corporate Career Academy is unique in this sense. One, we have looked at several dimensions in terms of career choice. Most of the career assessments look at learning styles. For Corporate Career Academy, for you to have a complete career, we have looked at your personality. We have looked at your career interest, career motivators, skills and abilities. We've looked at the future of work and again embedded that one using AI to form a career assessment. So once you do this career assessment, whether you are a student, whether you are a professional, then we give you a 25-page report which shows which personality are you, which career can you fit in. We have again modeled this career assessment into the world education system where we have more than 20 career clusters and more than 3,000 occupations. So through this assessment, we are able to rank you and show you this is where you can be able to fit in. You can also be able to get multiple reports, include the learning style. What's your learning style? Your personality, what's your interest, what's the emotional quotient, which forms part of career and success as a professional. Who are we targeting these career assessments? One, we are targeting learning institutions. For learning institutions, again, especially during this CBC curriculum, our solution to learning institutions is to help them be able to assess students and guide them to the right career path, to the right career subject selection. We are also targeting career teachers in learning institutions. Most of them don't have information, don't have knowledge. With the changing in careers and the landscape, career landscape, then we give them an opportunity to be able to learn how to support those. The other target is parents. Parents are confused. Where will my child go with this curriculum? Where will my child go? If they went to China to study, will they fit into it? As we said, we have internationally modeled this into the international platform of education, then the child is able to fit in any curriculum they go to. We are also targeting pastors in churches who guide in career. We are targeting foundations who are supporting learners so that they can be able to choose the right career choice and fit in the job market. How does it work for learning institutions? So for learning institutions, we are doing a model of a career system where we train officers in the Office of Career Services, meaning we are capacity building to enable them to do. We set for them this system in their own school so that they can be able to do systems, those assessments from their own school. We support them with career mentorship. We support them with the organizing of career fairs. We support them in giving students job shadow programs. We also support the teachers during our next career assessment. Support to learning institutions. We are giving learning institutions a platform where they can be able to do assessments of their own, training teachers who support students, and helping them organize fairs in their learning institutions. Again, during holidays, we are organizing what we call Profession Next, a program where we bring professionals, professional membership bodies to interact with students and guide them on their career choice. Finally, we are also giving continuous training during our next gen career development masterclass so that these now learning institutions are able to get knowledge around how to support students in career development. Lastly, how does the parent get help from this? As parents, once you have had the right career choice for your child, then it also helps you to use your money optimally. This reduces the mental health, the mental issues that come with wrong career choice. And finally, the industry is able to get good people to work, suitable professionals, guys who know their career. And with that, the country and the globe is able to grow as a whole. Thank you very much.
The future of Africa lies in the hands of its youth. Over 60% of the population is under 20.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Hope you are all doing well and hope you rested. We are here today. We're going to continue from where we stopped yesterday with our conversation. In case you were not here yesterday, this is the second East African Employability Summit.
twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. All sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa a tree of life. Let us all unite and sing together to uphold the bonds that frame our destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for lasting peace and justice on earth. All sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life. Let us all unite and turn together to give the best we have to Africa, the cradle of mankind and fount of culture, our pride and hope and break of dawn. All sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life.
You can now take your seats. Thank you so much. I must say that the anthem is really a reflection of what we all desire here, to have a united Africa. And that's why we're having these conversations, even as we integrate and see beyond our borders. Now, I'm going to call on a few persons, maybe one or two, to share their experience from yesterday and to tell us, the key highlights for them, the takeaways from yesterday's event. We had the whole day yesterday talking about, AI and how it has disrupted, the labor market and so much more. So please let me have the two mics. I'm going to ask 2 or 3 people to share their takeaways from yesterday. Any hands?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Manasseh, a student from Mount Kenya University. Just to share an experience that we had yesterday, it was really fruitful because we are able to learn about different things that you need to consider about employment, whereby we talked about being consistent and being dependable, about having zeal. Those are the things I really wrote down. And then we also saw another factor about what working with African Union does to us, facilitating us and making us in contact with other companies. So thank you.
So this is a great morning that we are gathered all here again for the second day of the event. So yesterday we were able to learn about a lot of things. We learned about employment. So the thing I learned personally is that when we don't get job, we have to create our jobs as our own. So we don't have to depend a lot to being employed. When you don't get job, you must create your own job. That is the thing that motivated me a lot. So otherwise, we are ready to learn for this day. I hope we learn a lot, and we thank for the yesterday's event. Thank you.
So you will be the last person. Listen. No. After him.
Good morning. With due respect to the protocols, my name is Ondiek Sisem Mambo. Yesterday's event was very captivating and insight building. What I was able to decipher from it was that getting a degree alone is not enough. There is much to it, because in the job arena, there are also other skills such as communication skills, emotional intelligence that are needed for you to be able to effectively fit in the market gap or the labor market. Also, I learned from Dr. Dr. Caroline that the world has a lot to offer. So do not confine yourself into one place. Have a variety of ideas and be able to bring in that which you have learned into something practicable to solve the societal problems, and in that way you become an entrepreneur and get to employ others. So basically, to summarize, is that I learned that you need more than a degree to fit into the job market, and also the world is wide, so diverse your possibilities. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. The last person.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Manasseh. I'm from Machakos. And I was able to learn a lot also, but most importantly, I was able to interact with so many people, which was my core reason for coming here. I was able to interact from people from different countries, and I'm happy for that, because I like interacting with people, because it's the most important thing for me. So thank you so much, and I look forward to interacting with more and more, even all of you.
Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for that. But we'll do it one more time this time around. So let's go. Shower. Rain. Thunder. 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 Right. Thank you so much. All right. Now, there's going to be a survey, a short survey by the STEM Impact Center, Kenya. Maxwell Kamau will come here. Would you just give me 10 minutes to find out? They are building an app, an IT project, where they want to use young people like us. Maxwell?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name's Maxwell Kamau. I work with a company called STEM Impact Center Kenya. So STEM Impact Center Kenya is a non-profit organization that offers creative spaces for learners to learn STEM education. And the reasons why I'm here today is because we are partnering with UNICEF to run a program. So what we want to do is we want to build a youth-led hub whereby we want youth to give us feedback on how they will want a futuristic hub to look like. And as you can see on the displays that have been displayed, so it says that we're building a youth-led space for digital skills and different job opportunities that includes climate, innovations, and many more. So we'll do a short survey whereby we're going to be giving feedback on how you'll want a futuristic or how this hub will also get to look like. And the reason why we're doing this is also we want you to be part of this amazing hub. So one of the examples of the hubs I can give you as an example is, I guess, have we heard of iHub before? Any one of you who knows iHub? Great. So we want to hear your voices. We want to know what you like to see. And with all your feedback, we're going to be creating the hub with all your views and feedback. So Kevin, you can display the QR code. So what I'd like us to do is kindly scan the code with your phone. It will take you to a survey form whereby that's where you're going to be sharing your feedback. If you're not able also to scan, kindly type the short URL on your any browser so that you can have an easy time to access it. If you're not able to scan the QR code, you can type the short URL on your any type of Google browser, any type of browser, and then you can get to access it. We want to hear your feedback. We want to know what would you want the hub to look like. And I think with this, we're going to have a very interesting product that each one of you can get to participate in. Come, share your ideas. We might be having opportunities for funding for people who want to start their own startups and all that. So in the meantime, kindly let's scan the QR code so that we can fill the survey and give our own views. As we do that, I can open it to the crowd so that we can as well get to share our own live feedback. So Kevin, questions? So can I get a microphone to the audience? So I'd like to pose a question to the audience, and I would ask, what types of skills do you believe are most important for young people in Kenya to learn today? Not only Kenya, but let's talk about Africa. As we fill the form. Tell us your name and where you're coming from.
Good morning. God is good, and all the time. So my name is Omar Fauz. I'm a student at Kenyatta University. So to answer the question, the skills, IT skills. IT skills are very important. Right now, the provision of AI, and we use our phones daily, even if those young ones, they use phones right now. So we need IT skills so that we can live better in this life. Sindio? So that's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As we all understand, technology is moving so fast and we have to keep up. So IT skills, yeah, we need to build that in mind. Thank you so much. We have another hand on the other side too. So as we do this, kindly do the short survey, kindly give your feedback. This is really, really important for us.
Thank you so much. My name is Lesalamanahing. I come from United States International University, Africa. So according to me, the most important skills that we need to have is adaptability skills and learning skills, because the world we are living in is very fast-paced, so we need to adapt and learn new technologies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We had another hand on that side too. I hope we are filling the form, the survey form kindly. Kevin, kindly you can display one on the QR code to be on one screen.
Thank you. My name is Amos Wanjala. I'm from Nairobi Trust. I believe in today's world, what we lack mostly is people skills. The soft skills to communicate to people, the soft skills to understand people. That is mostly what people are lacking, and it has cost us a lot. I remember yesterday, the CS, he said that it's not what you have, but it's what you can offer that people need, and we lack to understand that. So I believe if we had that, then we could be far.
Thank you so much. So we can jump to the next question. How would a physical hub with co-working spaces benefit you as an individual? How would, yeah, there's a hand over here.
Good morning. My name is Audrey Aloch from Masai Mara University. And actually, I wanted to answer question 1.
Okay.
Yeah, I think one of the most important skills we need to learn is critical thinking. The digital space has reduced our thinking ability. You see, like when you scroll through TikTok, sometimes information is just summarized in 3 seconds. And now you jump into conclusion and you want to also summarize some things. Maybe it's a critical matter, but what you've seen, or maybe the catchy headline, that's all you know, and that's what you argue. And it's costing us as youths. And another one is the ability to be self-aware. You see, like, we don't listen to our brain, our bodies. Sometimes we just make mistakes and we point at other people without actually knowing that we also do this. So it's really important to be self-aware as individuals, and also we should learn communication skills, because it's everything. If you don't communicate, doors will never be opened for you. You have to speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Critical thinking. So I hope we are filling up the survey, and I'll take one last answer from here.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Mark Kimani from Chuka University. So to answer the second question, a physical hub will help enhance our social skills, because we are there physically. We'll be able to interact with each other physically, other than being remotely. Also, it will enhance our social relations, social cohesions, and other than being at home and talking to people and relating with people we are relating through the internet or whatsoever, you'll be able to see them physically, and you'll be able to talk about other other things that cannot be related through the social media. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate everyone who just gave their own views and feedback. So thank you so much for your time. For those who have filled the form, thank you so much. For those who haven't filled, kindly make sure you do that. I'm also exhibiting around the exhibition area, so if you also need more clarification about the hub, kindly pass by and I'll be happy to share more information. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Maxwell, for the survey. All right, now we move on. We'll acknowledge the presence of Long Thi Tong, I hope I'm correct, Lao Thi Hong from Vietnam, SR Lucia Mutuku. Can you wave? Hi. Nice to meet you, and you're welcome to the program. Karibu, as they say in Kenya. I'm trying to do one or two Swahilis, but not getting it right, and I don't want you guys to laugh at me, so I'll just leave it. All right, so our next session today is on entrenching the role of offices of career services in institutions of higher learning. But before we begin that conversation, I have a few questions. How many of us wanted to be doctors when we were kids? How many wanted to be lawyers? Okay. How many wanted to be engineers? Okay. Well, the reason I ask this is because while I was a kid, almost every kid wanted to be a doctor. Every kid wanted to be a lawyer. Every kid wanted to be an engineer. And that's because these are the professions that are put right in front of you. All parents wanted their kids to be that lawyer and that. And then before we know what's happening, professions like teaching, like people into agriculture, started suffering. Nobody wanted to go there. And you know what then happened? The institutions now started forcing people to study those courses because nobody wanted to go there. If the admissions are open, people would apply for medicine, people would apply for law, people would apply for engineering, people would apply for the professions that many felt were very relevant in society. So if you come for the admission, what the schools now do is when you write, the points that you get in your entry examination determines your placement, of course. And what then happens is those with lower points go to those courses. Agric, biochem, education, and then it seems like a misplacement of priority. Because after all, as we speak, and as we are also realizing from this summit, that some of those skills are just what we need for development. But, by virtue of society and thinking, we're thinking, oh, those are odd jobs, these are dirty jobs. I shouldn't be, getting dirty in the farms and all that. But trust me, people are making a hell of money from those things. So I'm hoping that by the time we conclude this summit, our mindsets would have changed about certain things. Even though I know some of us are undergraduates already, it seemed like, well, it's late, we can't do anything. But I'm sure a lot of wisdom will come out of here, and we will be able to make informed decisions. And that's why we are looking at this issue of the role of career services. One of our guests has a presentation. Stewart Samkan. Am I correct? Stewart Samkan. Am I correct? Oh, I'm close. Thank you. All right. So Stewart is Higher Education Africa. He's from Higher Education Africa, Central and East Europe and Southeast Europe leader of LinkedIn. And so he'll be giving a presentation. And after that presentation, we'll go into a panel discussion. So please, let's put our hands together for Stewart as he comes on. Don't stop clapping until he gets here.
Okay, very good morning to you all. My name is Stuart Samkange, originally from Zimbabwe, but currently living in Dublin, Ireland. I'm here representing LinkedIn, and I think most of us have a LinkedIn profile. By show of hands, those who have a LinkedIn profile, put up your hands. Excellent, excellent. And of course, I am speaking to you today, particularly those of you who are in career services, those of you in alumni relations, and anybody else involved in student success. The topic for today is how you can leverage LinkedIn, and I'm hoping they'll put up the slides, how we can leverage LinkedIn as students or as career services to help our students get closer to economic opportunities. I know this is an employability summit and that ultimately we want people to get jobs. But of course, economic opportunities are so much more than jobs. It could be co-publishing, it could be doing research, it could be speaking at events like this. Whatever will help our youth progress is what I'm going to be focusing on. But of course, I'll focus on, economic opportunities being jobs. You are going to get access to the slides that I'll be covering today, so I won't speak to every individual slide. You will get access to that. Let's move on to the next slide. And the next slide, what I thought I would do is just demystify what we're doing together today. So I'm literally doing this as a train the trainer. So you're going to get access to the slides, but this is how typically I go about coaching and assisting students move from the classroom into career. And then hopefully we can get some questions afterwards and part of our panel discussion. So let's move on to the next slide. The slide that I've decided to put up is to ensure that all of us are clear about careers. The first thing you're seeing at the top there is a utopian view of how our students view their life, at least their professional lives. They will get an internship, they will get a job, they will become a leader, they will grow in their career. But this is not how life is. Life is not perfect. It's not a straight line. Our students have aspirations to work in other countries beyond the countries that we're in. Our students will pivot in terms of the careers that they choose. Most of them enter universities, colleges, and tertiary institutions based on advice they get from family, friends, and everyone else around them. But as they learn, as they grow, their aspirations will change. And as we have heard throughout this conference, jobs have changed. And the types of jobs that are out there are not the jobs that were there before. So even in terms of where they're going in their career, that is all vastly changing. The one thing that's going to help our students succeed in this new world is making time for learning. Likewise, you as career professionals, career services professionals, alumni relations, faculty and staff at universities, you need to continuously invest in yourself so that you can support our students for the modern place of work. So one of the things you're going to get is I'm going to give you a QR code which will give you access to free courses, particularly around artificial intelligence and career services, so that you can better serve our students. Because when I do go to universities, I tend to find career services professionals who are tenured in their role, but have not recently applied for remote work, have not recently gone about doing video interviews, etc. So please, if anything you take away from this session is make time for learning so that you can better support your students. And for your students, again, encourage them to make time for learning because the world of work today is based on skills. Most profiles I look at on LinkedIn for students will show the degree alone. But if you talk to recruiters and hiring managers today, the focus is trying to find someone holistic, someone who has soft skills, someone who has behavioral intelligence skills, and someone who has hard skills to do the job that they need to do. So make time for learning, if anything. And lastly, the reason why I put up this slide first is to say don't let perfection get in the way of goodness. What do I mean by that? Most students will wait until the 4th year when they're about to graduate to start building a LinkedIn profile. But you're going to see, one of the slides I'll present is that networking, actively and strategically networking, is the #1 factor for helping people to get jobs after they graduate. And it's important that our students start actively, professionally building up that network from year 1, not from the time when they're graduating. Also, If from year one they're intentional about showing their skills, about engaging with people online, about sharing content that speaks to what they aspire for, then they become more visible and more discoverable. Let's move on to the next slide, please. So just to demystify it for everyone, what is LinkedIn and how does LinkedIn help our students? LinkedIn is the world's biggest gathering of professionals. So what do we have? We have 1 billion people here. What it means for you and your students is that as they map out their careers, they can look at professional profiles of other people and say, how did he get there? What skills did they acquire? How do I network? How do I ask for coaching, mentorship? So there's 1 billion people on the platform. Number two, there's over 63 million companies, which means jobs are there. When companies are there, they're there to market, to sell, and to employ people. What I would encourage you to do is to get your students to start following the companies they want to work for, because then they start seeing the content that comes from those organizations. Jobs. There's over 20 million jobs, between 11 to 20 million jobs on LinkedIn. And did you know, last year alone, over 4 million people were hired on LinkedIn. And if you break it down, that means every single minute, 8 people were being hired. So the jobs exist. There's not a job for everyone, which is why I also encourage you to grow the entrepreneurship skills, but there are jobs on this platform. Last but not least, with all of this data of people, companies, jobs, what LinkedIn does is it looks and understands what are the skills required in the world of work. And when we partner with universities, when we partner with colleges, we help you understand what skills are required for a given job, what skills are required across all jobs that will help your students get access to economic opportunities. Let's move on to the next slide, please. Just to reassure your students in terms of why they should be on LinkedIn and how LinkedIn will help them, I thought I would also share with you the fact that today, over 5.2 million recruiters and hiring managers are using LinkedIn as a paid subscription to identify your students and to hire them. These 5.2 million people are coming from over 720,000 companies and from 230,000 locations around the world. And let's remember, our students are not looking for just jobs in our own country. Some of them want to do remote work, and some of them want to move to new economies. So when they build their profiles, they're speaking to the world at large. Let's move on to the next slide, please. On this slide here, and I know it's a little bit hard to read depending on where you're sitting, essentially what I wanted you to educate your students on is the fact that recruiters have over 44 filters they use to identify students. So the reason behind why we populate things on our LinkedIn profiles is so that we become more discoverable, so that people can search for us, and so that we make the job of the recruiter easier. So some of the things I'll cover today, we'll talk about the critical areas that students should populate on their LinkedIn profiles, because that's how recruiters go about shortlisting and hiring people. Let's go over to the next slide, please. For your students, I think the approach on LinkedIn should be one of a more professional mindset. I think it's important for you to establish their goals on why they're on LinkedIn. Most of them obviously want economic opportunities to improve their financial status. But again, is to make them more strategic in terms of how are you using this to strategically network with people that can help your future? How are you using LinkedIn to educate the world on what you're skilled on or what you're passionate about? Because a lot of us create LinkedIn profiles and then we sit back and wait for opportunities. Are there those people in this room? You don't post, you kind of sit back and hope. But here's the thing. If we think about the commercial world or the world we're in right now, if we drive outside, we're going to see a billboard for one of the telecom companies, right? Does that make us buy airtime? Does that make us buy data? No. But they're living rent-free in our heads. So likewise, creating a profile and not sharing, you kind of disappear in the background. Ideally, we should be using this platform to engage. Every day, our students have an opportunity to not only be a student, but to also teach. So what did you learn today? Think about it right now. You're learning something, right? There's something you can share with your world, your professional world on LinkedIn, on what it takes to be successful on LinkedIn. We need to do that so that ultimately we start living in the minds of those who can recommend us, who can endorse our skills, those who can give us informational interviews, and those who can hire us. So those will be part of the goals I would highlight for our students. Let's move on to the next slide. So in the next slide, I decided again also to make sure that when you're talking to your students, you're bringing it into their own world. So our students are socially active because of the nature of the world we live in, and they're using multiple digital platforms. Give them an analogy. Here's an analogy of talking about traveling. Using multiple platforms, this is how typically people would spend their time talking about traveling. Let's move on to the next slide. However, if you're talking about traveling, which you still can do on LinkedIn, it tends to be more professional. You're looking to connect with like-minded professionals. You're looking to share best practices. You're looking to learn from those in the sector. You're looking to understand the skills required for the job. So it just tends to have a more professional mindset and approach to it. Let's move on to the next slide. And let's keep in mind, I use two important words there. On other platforms, we're spending time. On LinkedIn, we're investing time. Ask yourself on which one of those two areas is going to help your economic future going forward. Ask yourself, around the people you work with or you know, who's gotten a job from those other platforms or set up a successful business as opposed to LinkedIn. But I don't want to digress. In terms of your students and how you can best support them, demystify the difference between LinkedIn and a CV. The difference is there, it's apparent, but for those of us who are not too sure, this is your dynamic billboard, your story that speaks to the world at large. A CV is a static document that you send to a given company. A CV is where you say, if you need references, please reach out to me. That's not effective in this world of work. Recruiters don't have the time and the patience. So on LinkedIn, you get to tell the world your story, highlight your skills, your certifications, and your experience to the world at large. And what's more, those who can recommend you have given written recommendations on your profile, making it easier for recruiters to understand why you're a great fit as a young person. Number two, on LinkedIn, we're making it easier to change the narrative of where our career is going. So yes, I studied this, but this is where my areas of interest are. So essentially, this dynamic billboard that we're creating for ourselves helps tell the brand story of our students. And for success, really we should be looking at the likes of Jeff Bezos, who says that your brand is what people say about you when you're not in the room. So for our students, ask them, what are people saying about you if they don't find you on a professional network like LinkedIn? And as much as we say, again, your brand is what people say about you, and we talked about the other social media platforms, again, let's educate our students that when recruiters search, not only are they going to search for you on LinkedIn, they'll search for you on other platforms to get an idea of who you are as a person. So let's cherish, manage, and honor and protect our own personal brand stories, because that will ultimately lead to us getting to rooms that we're not aware of. Let's move on to the next slide. I hope I've demystified the difference between LinkedIn and, of course, a CV and a resume, but you'll get these afterwards. In terms of helping your students build out profiles, 9 essential things are required. There's so much more that you could add, but I'll run through them real quickly. First and foremost, it sounds obvious, but having a representation of you, a personal photograph, is probably the first thing. Most of us don't connect with profiles that don't have a representation of the person. So let's get our students to authentically show who they are. They're more likely to get connections. Next, let's get them to highlight the locations and the industries they have an interest in. Because when recruiters are searching, they'll look for people by location of where they are and, of course, the industries that they want to work in. Our students typically will then say, I want to work in London. I want to work in Johannesburg. I want to work in Lilongwe, but I'm based in Kenya. This is not where you put that location details. On the open to work, which I'll show you, that's where they can state those aspirations of, I want to leave this country, I want to grow and into other careers and other organizations. Let's get the slides back up. Number 3, let's also help our students tell their own personal story. I think the one part students struggle with is the about section on your LinkedIn profile, where you get to write about yourself. It's not an obituary, it's not an autobiography, and it's not something that you want to write in third person. Let's get our students to own our stories. This is who I am, these are the skills I have, These are the interests. Maybe this is the impact and results I've had in maybe an internship or a job, etc. But this is what I want to bring into the world of work. When people look at your LinkedIn profile, which is the #1 activity people do on LinkedIn, is they spend 40% of the time looking at your about section. So let's teach our students that they can look at other people's profiles, get ideas, and then borrow from those ideas to shape out their own personal story. Number 4, I think it's work experience. In terms of work experience, our students might be sitting and saying to you, but I don't have work experience. Educate them on the fact that everything on their LinkedIn profile is searchable. And that work experience does not mean a full-time job. It could be internships. Work experience could be you working for a family business. Work experience could be you running your side hustle while you're at college. Everything on the profile is searchable by default. You can control what people see. But the more information we put, the more likely we are to be discovered. And when it comes to work experience, encourage your students to say, not so much a laundry list of what they did in that job, but rather to say what impact and results they brought in, what skills they acquired, because that will ultimately tell a better story. Next, let's get our students to put in their volunteer experiences on LinkedIn. Why? Because people buy from people, right? And we're connecting on this platform with other people. Your volunteer experience is aligned to organizations and the corporate social responsibilities they do. What's more, if I'm going to hire you, I want to know what you contribute to the world for no personal gain. So, encouraging our students to populate volunteer experience increases the number of views they get up to 6 times more. Next one, in terms of language and diversity, we live in a global economy right now. So let us highlight the languages spoken or written that we're familiar with, because that will open us up to other economic opportunities. Let's move on to the next slide. Next slide really talks about networking, which is probably the #1 question I get from students. How do I strategically network? So on LinkedIn, it's to encourage your students to start building up a viable network of people that will give them informational interviews. What do I mean by that? Is if I want to work in the banking sector, I'm going to start intentionally building up networks of people in KCB, equity, in ABSA, etc., because I want to understand the industries. LinkedIn is not a popularity contest. Please get that clear with your students. Unlike other platforms where we're looking for hundreds and thousands of followers or hundreds and thousands of likes and retweets, etc., LinkedIn is about you trying to build up a system that will ensure that you as a student are getting information that's relevant to you. Most of us, when we created our LinkedIn profiles, we did it like any other social media. Randomly connect with anyone. Tell you what, you can start disconnecting from people who are not in your industries or people that are posting things that are not related to you. Ideally, connect with people you know. Tell your students when they're reaching out to connect with someone, if they don't know them, they should give a reason why they want to connect. Hi Stuart, I see you studied at this university, you're in this role, I'd like to know more. Most of our students tend to write in and say, hi Stuart, I'm looking for a job. Are there any jobs? That means they haven't taken the time to look at my profile, to understand my role, or to understand if we're hiring, because we're on LinkedIn, right? You can see if there's jobs available. So educate your students to be more intentional about how they approach people. And if you don't know me, follow me. So if you want a job with an executive or a hiring manager or a recruiter, start following them so that you start understanding their mindset, so that by the time you get an opportunity to meet, you understand what they care about. Last but not least, all of you are representing academic institutions. Make sure your students are aligned to your institution. So on their profiles, they've gone in and ensured that they've said, maybe I'm at University of Nairobi, and it shows the logo for the university. What that means is they become part of the alumni. What it means from an employability perspective is that when they're looking for jobs, they can look at the alumni as the first point of reference. Asking people, I know where you work, I know what skills you have, I know what job you do, can you help me break into the industry? Let's move on to the next slide as we start wrapping up. In terms of job searching, of course, LinkedIn provides your students ability to set up filters to search for certain jobs and for them to be informed when those jobs become available. I encourage you to ask your students to keep their profiles up to date, because what it means is when a job becomes available, if you apply within the first 3 days, you are 30% more likely to be shortlisted and brought in for an interview. Recruiters are busy. But if you wait and say, I'll work on my CV, I'll apply online, that moment will miss you. So make sure you set up filters, you get notified, and then your students apply. Let's go on to the next slide. In terms of preparing for job applications, again, to help alleviate some of the pressures you have as career services professionals, is that on LinkedIn we do provide things like interview questions that they can go through in advance, and of course, like I said, they can apply for jobs online immediately. Next slide. We're rushing it up now. In terms of the network, like we said, ask your students to build strategic networks, follow certain hashtags. There's always events on LinkedIn where they can continue to go and learn and grow themselves. And there's groups on LinkedIn. So if I'm a student, I'm graduating, I'm looking for a job in pharmaceuticals, I'll look up to see if there's a pharmaceuticals industry group in Kenya, and I'll join that group to see who are the influencers or the subject matter experts, and start getting to understand their world and building up credibility so that when an opportunity becomes available, I can ask for a job. Last slide, let's move on. And in terms of you as career services professionals, just to outline for you, what we have found in our research is that here's 4 factors that help students get jobs. Number 1 is that network I spoke about. Being able to reach out to someone who can tell me more about a job before I apply for the role. Number 2 is, of course, my work experience. And I said work experience could be volunteering, family business, side hustle, all of that. Number 3 and 4 are probably the most critical, and they go back to my first point about making time for learning, having digital skills, and having assessments done. Please show them the next slide. I'm going to skip this, I'll speak to it, but go on one more. These are the top 10 skills. You are going to get the slides, and I think it was somewhere over here, someone said the number 1 skill required in the world was adaptability. You're absolutely right. Being agile is important in this new world. But let's move on to the next slide. This one. Why do I want to show you this one in particular? Because here's how your students stand out and get hired. When someone creates a profile, adds certificates, when the people who are connected with me endorse those skills that I have, I am 9 times more likely to be shortlisted for an interview. I'm discoverable. If I do a skills assessment, which is a 15-question multiple choice thing, on a given topic, Microsoft PowerPoint, or on project management, or whatever I've studied, right? If I do that quick skills assessment, I am 20% more likely to get shortlisted, interviewed, and hired. So for your students to get access to economic success is for them to take advantage, build your profile, add your skills and certificates, do skills assessments, and you've given yourself a 29% added advantage over someone else who doesn't do that. Keep investing in skills. I see my moderator is standing. I guess he wants me to bring it to a close. I had so much more to share with you. You are going to get the slides, which are quite self-explanatory. What you also find with the slides is that I've given you access to a LinkedIn Rock Your Profile course. What that does for you is it prepares you to help your students to build profiles, and of course helps you build your own profile. Can we move over to the slide where I've got the QR code as we start taking questions? So the first QR code that you're seeing up here, if you can scan it, or you'll do it afterwards, this will give you access to the top 10 skills required around artificial intelligence. The next QR code, if we just move on to the next slide, just move 4 slides forward, is one that's going to, thank you, right there, oops, back, is going to give you 2 things. I have a YouTube channel where I try and cover, from a LinkedIn perspective, how people hire for certain roles. So if it's a data analyst role, what are the interview questions to expect? What are the skills they'll be looking for? And how do they eventually hire someone? That's a great place for your students to also understand the nature of jobs. The second thing is, of course, the presentation we've covered today. You will have access to the presentation so that you can run a similar presentations with your students. And like I said, please start doing it from year one. Start encouraging students to build their profile, build strategic networks, start understanding jobs, and of course, ultimately, start telling their own personal story, because this is the time for them to actually get access to those opportunities. I will stop at this stage and of course hand back to my moderator. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, Stuart. So we'll do it our way this time, guys. Yeah, this was a very, very insightful presentation. So let's do it our way. Shower, rain, thunder, thunder, thunder. For Stuart, thank you so much for this beautiful presentation. We are going into the panel discussion, but while we do that, I will ask you to write down questions if you have them. We're going to be taking those questions subsequently. And by now, if you don't have a LinkedIn page, I think you should. And you should have done that like yesterday. Because let me just give you a tip. As a journalist, from the journalist perspective, we are constantly searching for experts to give views and opinions on issues. It could be in your field, your area of specialty. And the one thing that we always do is to go on LinkedIn. If any name comes up, most times what you find is the digital footprints. The first thing that comes up is LinkedIn, if the person has a page there. And you go there, you check on the person, and you see if it's a fit for what you want to do or what you want to discuss. So that gives you visibility. It's not something that you should be contemplating whether you should have. I think you should prioritize your LinkedIn page more than your Facebook or your Instagram or whatever, if you want to build a career, of course. But if you want to be a social media influencer, of course, by all means, have your Instagram and TikTok and so on. That's just to buttress further the need for having that kind of a page. Stuart, you are to be here for the panel. Other panelists will join you. Mr. Charles Karoli from Kepler College, Rwanda. Are you here? Yeah. You are please invited to join. We also have Ms. Pamela Uongozi, Director of Student Affairs, Uganda Christian University. Are you here? Yes. Then Ms. Nita Kahiro, Director of Placement and International Students Relations, Daystar University. Is Mr. Yasin Yakut, Director of Public Relations, Light Group of Schools here? You're representing him? Oh, please. Join the panelists. Livingston Makori, founder CCA. Please join. We're going to need more seats. Please, can someone help? And Rose Mwangi, Director of Career Services, Catholic University of Eastern Africa. Are you here? And finally, Rose Iteye, CEO, Kenya Private Schools Association. Let's put our hands together for our panelists, gentlemen and ladies. If you are still in this summit, then you are of all people the most fortunate. Because trust me, the experience you are going to hear from today will change your life forever. Right. So we are talking career services. And this is one important area in our institutions that sometimes we pay very, very less attention to. Many people find themselves studying things that they feel is not what they want to do. Maybe because of pressure from parents. And so you find many people in the bubble where they just want to get the certificate for their parent, hand it over, and go do whatever they want to do. But I mean, things shouldn't have to be that way. You should study what you want to study. And I think it starts from high school. You should start early, getting those career services. So that's what we're going to be delving into. Let me just stand. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We have, the first question goes to Charles Karoli from Kepler College. And this is because the choices that people make begin from high school, from the very early age. How important is career services in our institutions, and whether or not we're dealing with it with the kind of relevance that it requires?
Well, thank you so much. I would like to clarify something before I get to the question. I'm called Karoli Kolokonyi. So Karoli is the same as Charles.
Oh, I see.
When I'm in the village, I'm Karoli. But when I get to Nairobi...
Oh, wow. So you have two names, one for the Nairobi and one for the...
Yes, it's the same name.
Oh, nice.
Karoli is the same as Charles. So it's a great pleasure to be here with you. And also, for context, I work with Kepler College in Rwanda, and I head the careers department as the director of careers and alumni affairs. Now, the question, what is the role of career services office? To me, and even our approach at Kepler, actually it is everything. It's what we base on, actually, to do what we do. And I'll put it, maybe for clarity, is the careers department has three roles, main roles. One, to bridge on what happens on the labor market and how we teach students and what we teach students. And that guides, let's say, what we teach, which skills are we teaching, how do we teach, what do we need to do in terms of interventional support. Two, it also comes with ensuring students' career preparation. Right from the time when students join us, we engage with them to help them discover themselves. Like, okay, Karoli, who am I? Like, what do I like? What is my strengths? How does it align with what Kepler is offering? Now, before we are growing as an institution, before students used to come, they would have a sense of what they want to do, but they would make the final decision on what they want to do once they have actually gone through what we call career choice process, which is a series of workshops we take them through to help them understand themselves before they make that informed decision on what program they want to take and also the career they want to take. So in brief, we take them through that process. And then there's another part, which is alumni engagement. When they graduate, we don't cut ties with them. But for the relevance of this session is we also ensure that their transition is smooth. Through engagement with employers, like we make sure that we are supportive with them, trying to create a value for them. I don't remember the person who said this, that when you ignore your alumni, they also do what? They also ignore you, because at Kepler we also feel they're still part of that. And as they grow in their careers, they transition to be a resource for us. One, they are ambassadors, but at the same time, we tap into them, let's say, to understand, let's say, with their journey at Kepler, how was it helpful to them? As they grow, they start making big decisions in their institutions. They come back to hire from us. They also help others. So to wrap up the question is, whatever we do, it's actually based on the outcome of what happens within their careers, in terms of what the labor market needs, in terms of how people who actually have gone through Kepler, how are they doing on the labor market? What are they telling us in terms of the challenges they're experiencing? But the big thing, as you mentioned, when the way we perceive career development is more like a by the way.
So, Charles, one of the issues you find parents want their kids to study this.
Yes, yes.
And from your assessment as a career advisor, you see that this child is for this side, and the child also aligns with you, saying, I want this. But the person who is going to sponsor them on the education is saying, no, this is what you have to study. How do you do it?
That's what I was coming to when I said we see it as a by the way. Now, it's very challenging that most of the times we even think about it when people are even starting to graduate when they're at university, but this is a process. You find that, I think if I can use myself as an example, when I was in high school, I usually say it was accidental. I performed well in physics and mathematics. Now, my teacher by then, because he liked me a lot, he actually, I would say, I don't want to use force, but he encouraged me to do physics and math. But this is not what I wanted. Now, I ended up changing it later. Now, you find that most of the decisions students, like you find students are influenced either by parents, their fellow students, but I think it is high time we start actually supporting students to discover themselves, which is why I talked about the career choice module that students go through at Kepler. Because at the end of the day, you might find that someone invests a lot of resources to get a degree program, and they start now transitioning to something they want, which you find that they have wasted resources in terms of time and also money. It's very challenging, but with us, when students come, especially with Kepler, we are assuming they're adults. So we try to take them through the process. And during we call it Admit Day, we have parents and we explain to them the process students have to go through when they join Kepler. So part of it, we have not necessarily engaged with parents on the discussion, but when we do admission, we try to actually help them that, your students, when they join us, this is the process they will go through, and we are going to guide them through what they are, to guide them through to make a decision on the career they want to take. Yes.
All right. Well, let me ask. CUEA's career services model that approach to students.
God is good, and all the time. I'm Sister Rose from the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, coordinating the activities of careers. Regarding what I'm asked, I look at the career office as the heart of the university, in the sense that we have the encounter of the fresh students immediately, because we are the people who orient them, to the life in the university, where we are able to expose them also to all the courses that are on offer. And when they come, they are also given an opportunity also to verify. In response also to the question you had asked, how many wanted to be doctors or pilots? And on average, many of us ended up to be something very, very, very different. The way we do it in our university, those most likely because they didn't get the points, their results did not help them access the courses of choice. And there is something we do together with the Department of Psychology, where the students, they are guided, they are counseled, and some of them we also run the psychometric tests, so that you're able also to know the personality of the person, the attitude, the interest, and again also what is on offer. And sometimes also the ability of the student. I would say that is also how we handle it in the university. And on average, we work also with the recruitment office, and they are also here today, represented by Muchangi, where the students also are guided, because they will be asking you, I'm doing double mathematics, I'm doing double biology, what will I become? So the Office of Careers on daily basis guides students. And even those like you had asked, there are those even when they are at the third year, they tell you, I didn't want to become a lawyer. What do you do with them? And they are at the level of third year. Many times we encourage them also to finish because they say that was I would say the career of my dad or my mom. I'll finish. And then we work with them. We also work with mentors because when they come during the first year, we have mentors who work with them on those particular courses. Like young people, they are invited to study philosophy. And you wonder, with the first degree, what will that person do? So we guide them. And again, they are also like we have learned, even with our brother here, today it is good to be like multifaceted, where you don't just do one course. And that is one of the role of our office, where we ensure the students they are able to get like a professional course, not only that by the time they are graduating, they have only the academic degree. And like we saw yesterday, we partner very much with IBM because it's hubbed in Kwea and the Ajira. And we have been able to see the results. Thank you.
Let me throw this question to Pamela. Quite a lot has been said, but just the rules. By the time one is at that level of education, it's like first of all, before you're admitted to the hospital, so but you find sometimes students get into school and somewhere along the line they are able to that course of choice that they chose because they really wanted maybe for several reasons. How do you choose?
For me, I might divert a lot. I think that we are supposed to honor our parents. Now, your first degree is a foundation. It is not throwing you in a whole world. When I started school, my father wanted me to be a lawyer. And I wanted to be a journalist. He had seen all the dangerous things that were happening to journalists on TV in Uganda. There's tear gas, there's all of these things, and they're running around trying to take pictures. It's very, very dangerous. And he couldn't imagine me joining that world. Exactly. So to try and come to a compromise, he said, okay, you study education. Now, I don't think I like teaching, so I joined education. You know what my teaching subjects were? English language and literature. Now, that immediately ushered me into the world of communication. Now, what I'm trying to say is that there is a way we were able to strike some harmony with my dad's interest and my own interests. Right now, I've already completed a master's in communication. I'm going to study a PhD in communication because now I can pay my way through it. You understand that? So you need to understand that the one who has the money has the power. They will dictate where you will go. But time comes and you're empowered to actually take your own way. Now, at university, a student should be able to discover their uniquenesses, their power. What am I great at as a person? Maybe it's your physical appearance. You're tall. Because you're tall, you can do what a short person cannot do. What can you do? What is your skill? What is your passion? And pursue that. You need to understand yourself and know that the unique things that there are about you, that is your calling. That is why God created you. That's why he's sustaining you. So he wants you to grow up and be that. So continue placing yourself in that very area. Even as a doctor, surely you'll find that you have some skills that other doctors don't have, and you can actually make use of them. So my opinion is discover yourself. Discover yourself, even as the person who has the wallet dictates what you should be. discover who you really are and pursue that, because that's what will lead you where you should be. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for your contribution. Rose, at your end and the private schools in career service development, how do you support schools in coming up with programs that will help with, the support for career services?
Thank you so much for this great opportunity to be part of the esteemed panelists to discuss and just share my insights on what private schools do. First of all, I will introduce what Kenya Private Schools Association is. Kenya Private Schools Association is an association that prides itself in complementing the government's efforts to provide quality education. At private schools, we believe that there is no private child. Every child belongs to the government. Yes, we host them in private institutions, but every child in these institutions deserves quality education. At Kenya Private Schools Association, we also believe that education is not only used for personal growth, but also as catalyst for social and economic growth. As Kenya Private Schools Association, we also work hand in hand to ensure that we promote an educational ecosystem that ensures quality is provided and our students are market ready. So what are we doing as Kenya Private Schools Association? Just like our brother has spoken about how to promote yourself on LinkedIn as students, we do encourage our schools to come with mentorship programs for children. We believe that this conversation should not start at the university level. We are the foundation of our children. The students should step in the universities knowing what they want and how they need to approach different careers. As a student, I will give a personal testimony. As a student, when I left, when I finished my high school, my parents wanted me to be a teacher, just like Madam Pamela has said, because they are teachers. And what is the reason for them wanting me to be a teacher? Because a teacher's space, employment is secure and pensionable. For them, they were looking at teaching as a source of income that would allow me to be secure in terms of my earnings. But I really didn't want to do that. So I got myself in the university, did a degree, but my interest was in the banking space. Again, I wanted to join the banking space, not because I had the correct view of what banking really is. I just looked at the beauty, how the banking ladies could look so beautiful. That is why I wanted to join the banking space. But later I then came back and went back to my education space because my scope of knowledge was enlightened. I understood that education, you don't only need to be a teacher. There is more in education than being a teacher. So as Kenya Private Schools Association, we work hand in hand with different institutions to offer mentorship programs to our students. Another thing that I'll mention just two, what we're also working on is on the alumni of these schools. We admonish our schools to bring them back, to form associations in these schools, and bring them back to offer mentorship to our children in these schools. So that when we talk about you want to be a pilot, do you really know what a pilot looks like? Do you really know what being a pilot entails? We allow these alumni to come and just motivate our students and also expose our students to different industries.
Okay,
thank you
so much, Rose. I'm going to come back to you. Unfortunately, fortunately, yes, I have two Roses here on the list, so I need to be more specific. Let me ask CJ Jr., the Outreach and Relations Manager, Light Group of Schools in Kenya. We have many students in this dilemma. Is it really possible, like Pamela said, to find that balance and middle ground between what your parent wants and what you want, you know, somewhere there, maybe from your experience at the Light Group of Schools?
All right. Thank you very much for giving us an opportunity again to engage these young people. I was here yesterday and I'm happy to see you again. And I want just to pick, I think it's really in order that you let me speak after our CEO. We operate under the umbrella of Kenya Private Schools Association, and we do exactly what our CEO, Madam Rosa, said. We try as much as possible to let our students discover themselves. Unlike many people here who wanted to be doctors, teachers, when I was growing up, I wanted to be a priest. In fact, I joined priesthood for 2.5 years. But again, the Holy Book says, many were called, but few were chosen. Fast forward, I'm here speaking to you. How then do we get our students to realize, self-realize themselves? We, first of all, get them through MAP tests. Maybe some of the career mentors here know what MAP tests are. Psychometric analysis. We make sure that they go through all these processes to understand their willingness, first of all, because you must be willing, because there are some career choices that, yes, the body is willing, but is it the other way around? The spirit is willing, but the body is weak, right? But someone says, yes, I want to be a doctor. But then again, do you have the manual dexterity to overcome the challenges in a hospital? So what do we do? Because when we do all these things, we do the SWOT analysis. What are the threats? The threats could be they fear blood. They fear operations. They fear seeing people in agony, in pain. So we also give them an opportunity to do internship. And believe me, we do internship for our students as early as high school. We do our internships and job shadows for students to experience what the job market looks like. If they want to be engineers, we take them to engineering spaces for them just to understand. Then they come back, focus on the core subjects that will take them there. For this, we are very strong in the international curriculum side because they choose subjects aligned to their careers at the A-level level. And then after which, they now start applying for courses and universities that will also give them the right platform. Universities that are known for particular things. We know some universities have already cut their niche in different areas, in different fields. We tell our students to stand out. When everyone else is outstanding, we ask them to stand out. When everyone else is standing out, we tell them be the stand. When everyone else is the stand, we tell them be the standard measure.
All right, thank you so much, CJ. I'm sure you're a very good orator. Well, let me hear from Nita. Nita, one thing I've really observed, especially from this room, is that we have a lot of international students from Burundi, from Kenya, Tanzania, and so on. And so Nairobi seemed like some kind of melting point for the sub-region. And being an international student comes with its own challenges. You come sometimes, yeah, we are all Africans, but then there are certain differences in culture and so many things, and that could impact on education and so on. So my question to you is, what unique challenge do international students face in accessing career services, and how can they be addressed?
Wow, thank you so much. Yes, my name is Nita Kihiro, and I'm glad to be here. I work for Daystar University as a student placement and international relations officer, where we work with the students in matters careers, and also we work with the international students. And here I came with about 40 international students from more than 10 nationalities in Africa and beyond. And the international students in particular, they have a challenge getting even the normal practicum that is required even to complete their course that they are doing. But what we do is that because I hold both offices, whenever they apply, we normally have a very elaborate Microsoft form where we post all the opportunities available, and the students are allowed to apply. We have a QR code in our office so that even when we are not there, they can just log in and apply for the opportunities. So whenever we have opportunities, we consider as much as possible the international students because of that particular challenge. The other challenge is that some of them have challenge of language, which we work with them and we help them to interact with other nationalities, not their own, especially the French speakers, because moving from French to English, actually it's easier than English to French, but you find some of them will have a challenge because they want to keep on interacting with the French speakers. So whenever they come to my office, especially as new students, I normally encourage them. Some of them would come with an interpreter, and I tell them, no, don't have an interpreter. Just express yourself with the little that you understand, and that way you will practice and be good in it. So, and on matters careers, I normally say your passion will take you where even your papers may never take you. Reason being, when you take your degree, just like my sister said here, it will open the door for you to go for an interview. When you get into that interview, I want to encourage all the young people here. When you get into that interview, you are equally qualified like any other person who has been shortlisted for that interview. So it is your confidence. It is what you are going to offer this organization without thinking about what the organization is offering you, but what you are going to offer. That is what matters. When you get into this particular opportunity, ensure that you are able to serve the world with your brilliance. You know, I heard in the East African anthem that give your best to Africa. Serve the world with what you have. Most of you, the young people, you are Gen Zs, but your supervisor will be a millennial or even older. Let them know some of those things that you can do that they cannot do. For that QR code I mentioned, I was helped by one of my work study students. Work study is work scholarship, and I know I have spoken a lot, but ensure that you can offer what you can do. There are some of the things that we cannot do, but we can learn from you. I'm assuring you, if you go for that internship, even if it is not paying, if you offer a lot of good service to them, they might, most likely, they will retain you.
All right. Thank
so
you,
serve the world with your brilliance, and also ensure that
you're not doing your farewell yet. You will come back.
All right.
All right. Livingstone. So Livingstone is the founder, CCA, the organizers of this very event. So, and I can imagine you've devoted quite a lot of time and resources into mentoring young people in the area of their career and so on. What are the common discoveries that you have made over the years that young people deal with in making decisions as regards their career, and how are you helping?
Thank you very much. My name is Livingstone Makori. Everyone has started with a story. Let me also start with my story. I wanted to be an engineer, so when I did my KCSE, In Kenya, I didn't score a grade to become an engineer. I had to go back to high school again, did a master's in KCSE, meaning I repeated. I did also pass again. In fact, I did have a bad grade. I had a B plus in the initial stage, second one another B plus. So I met someone whom people may not consider an insurance agent, who took me through the opportunities in the insurance industry. And through that one, I was able to make a decision. I want to do insurance. And I do insurance for my bread and my family. I do mentorship for God. So one of the few things I've come to realize, one, parents are pushing students to do courses they never did because they never had time. My father wished to be a doctor, and every time he refers me to daktari. So he calls me, even to now. So one of the things I've realized when I do counseling for parents and their students, parents are pushing things. When you do interview, I do first interview for the parent. What do you think your child should do? What are your aspirations? Then do the interview for the child. Then these things come out. One, parents are pushing children to do courses they wish they could have done. Number two, parents are pushing children to do courses which they feel could give them money and security. And one of the few things people think about that, for me to be successful, I must earn a lot of money. To be successful, I can tell you, you can be successful roasting maize on the road and you are happy and fulfilled. So the other thing, people make decisions based on the people they see, not what they know. So I've seen a neighbor who has a big car, if you are interested for cars. I've seen a neighbor who dresses so well, I want to be like this neighbor. But they really don't understand what do they go through for them to become that successful neighbor. So for us at Corporate Career Academy, with that experience, then we believe career is scientific. Career choice is scientific. It's not about making your parents feel good. It's not about the child. And again, what are the dangers of the wrong career choices? I was counseling a student who is from one of the universities in third year, and they are dropping out of their course. The parent has complained until he said, can I look for someone to assist this young man? So when we sit down, he tells me, my father tells me I want to be like his sister who is a lawyer. I don't want to be a lawyer. Me, I want to do 1, 2, 3. So the things we are focusing on are things we don't know. So what's our proposed way at Corporate Career Academy? One, you need to do a scientific career assessment to be able to know, who am I as a person? Who am I? So that's a personality. What are my career interests? What would interest me in a career? What are my career motivators? What motivates me? Is it money? If it motivates you money, then go to business. Actually, money motivators are good for business people. Then you look at, what are my skills and abilities? If you come with me with an E in mathematics, you are a genius. Because Albert Einstein says, if you judge fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live the rest of its life blaming itself. So if you score an E in maths, for me you come down, we see what else can you do. Because look at even this room. There are so many things. There's a microphone, there's a chair, there's something, there's a pen. Can you use a pen to speak? You can't use it. You can't use a microphone to project. So every human being, inherently, they have abilities. Inherently, there's a way they handle issues. So through scientific process, which we have done at Corporate Career Academy, and we launched our platform, then you are able to understand yourself. Who am I as a person? Because you are the one who is going to work, not your parent. Your parent will never work. Money can motivate you for the first month. After the first month of salary, you go back to what makes you work. So your personality, your career interests, your career motivators, your skills and abilities. Then finally, you look at the future of work. With the skills I have, what role can I do in future? And again, that's where the problem is. Most of the parents and even students, don't even career officers in learning institutions, don't understand some of the careers. They can tell you, hey, if you become a banker, you dress so well like Livingston. Oh, I'm a banker. But then they don't understand, how does a banker, what time do you wake up? So the other thing is now mentors. Most of the people don't have mentors who can be able to take them through what they have gone through. The good thing with a mentor, there's a friend of mine from Uganda. They have a program when you want to get married in Uganda. They mention it. You are taken by your aunties and uncles through the marriage process. It doesn't happen in Kenya. That's where we have so many problems. Through the marriage process, how to take care of a man, through that process, how to take care of a lady again, let me mention that. Through that process, you understand, you are psychologically prepared. So for me, those are the issues I see around career choice. That guys don't understand careers, but yet they want to be the first people to make an opinion on a career.
Wow, that's very powerful. And knowing that there is a scientific career assessment, that I think many people are not even aware that there is anything like that. We just feel what should inform our choices for careers should be money, you know, and maybe popularity in some instances. But Stuart, I'm coming to you now. And one question I'd like to ask is, what's that one mistake that many career service providers make or institutions make when it comes to creating that visibility for their students on LinkedIn?
Oh, there's a number of mistakes people make, but I think not having access to data to guide students on what skills are required for certain jobs, where those jobs are, and how people transition into those opportunities. Organizations, what I found frustrating with universities, colleges, and polytechnics is that if you ask how many students graduate, on average, institutions have 2,000 people that graduate every year or more. But when you ask the question, how many people are in career services, is less than 5. How are those 5 people supporting 2,000 people? So I think the biggest mistake is not having the data to support the career services who are already stretched. Number 2 is not being able to allow students to learn on their own, to understand what skills I need for a job, or what skills I should be grading for a particular opportunity. So let's enable our students to know where opportunities are. Let's enable them to get the skills so that they can get access to those jobs. And then from an institutional perspective, let's invest more on career services. Because ultimately, they're the ones who will ensure that our students are successful, they get jobs, they come back for postgraduate studies, they come back to give money as alumni, they come back to volunteer, career days, mentorship. There's so many ways our students can contribute back into our institutions if we look after them. And I think you made the point about our alumni. If you ignore them, they will ignore you as well. And right now, we look like a conveyor belt for just doing graduations, but not ensuring people get employed.
Very important. Sister Rose, what are the challenges you face in providing that personalized career guidance to students, and how have you addressed them? I know young people are strong-willed, they want their own way. How do you deal with that?
I would say in this field, there are a number of challenges, and it is good you have asked that question, because I feel it would have been unjust if we don't look at it, is on the mental wellness of the young people, in the sense that, you see, the institution of learning, there is a lot of, I see there is a lot of, let's say, potential in different ways. And I see if this potential is not really like directed properly, it can go on the other side, like we have a coin having 2 sides. Because I realize even relocation, I'm imagining also like in our school we have about 40 nationalities, also international students. And students also drawn from different parts of this country, Kenya and beyond. I find that already a stress to a student. And on average, if they are not helped also in that area, ANABA also rules, they lose sight, focus, and even the interest that brought them to a learning institution. And I would say how, you asked me how do we handle that, because that is what I'll talk about, because the others have mentioned what I would have talked about. Like Makori, you have talked about, not about choosing careers. It's not really about really money. It's about happiness. unlocking the potentials that really we have and thinking even outside the box. Let me come back to the issue of mental well-being. In our institution also, we got a lot of challenges because even we lost students who committed suicide. And I know there is no institution that is here that they didn't get that challenge, something that is very unfortunate. Now we have drawn a program for the students, especially when they come, the fresh ones, that we equip them with the skills of dealing with stress and how suicide can be prevented. And we do on faculty level, especially when they have just come. And then, of course, there is that awareness that comes, especially during the month of suicide or mental wellness. We ensure the faculty, the Department of Counseling Psychology that has got a lot of people, everybody is engaged. There is an entrancement of members, you know, to take care of this and the other faculty. And I've seen it works quite well. And then my last one, the young people, sometimes they really do not know whom to talk to. And when they look at us of a certain age, there is that fear that we are going to judge them. Kindly talk to someone. It's so painful to lose a university. It is painful, both for the colleagues, for the students, and for the families, for the society. Talk to us, and I will tell you, we handle it with a lot of confidentiality. We don't discuss issues for students. Talk to someone. Sometimes there are those peer counselors we have in our universities, even a lecturer. Or let's use this, let's say the facilities that we have, the Office of Careers, also the counseling offices. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sister Rose. So just a reminder to all our audiences, I hope you have put down your questions and write them down, send them to me or share with the ushers. They will give them to me. You don't even have to write them. If you have any pressing issue, I will head Sister Rose now. Problem share is problem solved, right? So let's hear here, and we will hear from the different speakers here. Charles, another question to you is, how can career services align with the evolving job market demands in today's
Thank you. Can you allow me 1 minute to talk a little bit of what you asked, and then I tap.
3 minutes.
Okay.
So if you take 1 minute.
Okay. 2. Yes. So I think one of the most challenging thing I've experienced in my 8 years working in the field is that specifically working with students, and I feel this is important for them. Institutions invest a lot of resources in the interventions to help students in their career development. But one thing you find that maybe you do any intervention, an example could be a career fair, you know, and then you find that partners like employers are in place to support students, and then you find that it is only a handful of students present, you know. That really kills the motivation of the team, but also the institution that is trying to support students. So one challenge is student participation in these interventional supports. So I thought telling the students that it is actually also their responsibility to play a part in their career development. And what we have done, because we have realized that students, some students don't understand how important this is for them, we have integrated some of the career support into a curriculum in a way that it is actually mandatory for everyone to go through it, and then we have left a few for them to request on demand, like career coaching and counseling is something they have to request, and then we can support them. But things I talked about, career choice, job readiness, and others, they have to go through it. It is mandatory for everyone. And now coming, I hope, but also, I think the other thing is that sometimes I think students feel education, like we make it boring, so we try to make it really engaging. I think our dean is here. we launched what we call Success Week, like a whole week where we engage students to learn things that they would not normally learn in a class setting. And this is, we find that this is very engaging. We bring external people, you know, we talk about things like mental health, and we have a counselor that works with students, you know, and all other things. So trying to make even learning very engaging and entertaining for students. Now, my question, how do we use the career offices to? Yes. So I think I talked when I was at the beginning when you asked the first question, I talked about one of the key pillars we have is bridging what happens at Kepler and labor market. So the careers department, we engage with employers to assess what is really needed on the labor market. And how do we do this? We conduct annual studies to learn what are the skill gaps, but not only that, when students do internships, at the end of every internship, we ask employers to assess how students are performing, and we use this information to inform our curriculum. So that helps us actually to keep updating our curriculum, but also throughout the program, we engage industries. Let's say when I talked about career fairs, let's say in classes, like ensuring that we are working hand in hand with industries to actually help in teaching. Could be, let's say I'm teaching something, and then we have industry practitioners who come to share the reality on the labor market, but also give insights on what students need to pay attention to. Thank you.
All right. Next question is Rose. Rose, what are the areas of collaboration for schools and universities to ensure continued support for career choices and career services?
Thank you so much for that question. But before I answer that, I just wanted to implore to our students that the world is, they say, a dancing space flow, whereby the world is skewed towards choosing the best performers. So it's upon us, students or learners, to ensure that we are the best at what we do. As Kenya Private Schools Association, we have so much we have put in place to ensure that we get out the best performers on the world stage. Number one is we make collaborations with different learning institutions. For instance, currently we are having a collaboration with Kabarak University. Why did we choose Kabarak University? It's one of the best universities in form of digital literacy. We allow our directors, our teachers and students to benchmark with the institution to learn on digital literacy. Another way we are collaborating with different institutions of higher learning is we identify gifted and talented students. I will say, for instance, what happened this year is we identified a gifted and talented student who was blind, but is so good in policy formulation as regards to inclusive education. We brought him on board as a speaker, and he is a student. Out of that engagement, he has been able to, he has been contacted by different organizations that are seeking to partner with him in order to help formulate different policies that will promote inclusive education. And finally, what we are doing, also some of the collaboration is we are saying we are working on a portal that will allow students and employers to interact. In our education space, we do not only employ teachers, we also employ other services, like culinary services. We also employ digital specialists that help in our learning process. So we are saying once you are in school or you've completed your school, you log into that portal and you're able to directly contact your employer. Or if your employer identifies a skill set that resonates to what they want, they're able to contact you directly and hire you effectively. Thank you.
Well, let me ask Pamela, what sort of relationship exists between you and students who have graduated from your institutions, for instance, the Ugandan Christian University? How do you relate with your former students? Do they just go on and, you are done with teaching them, and as far as you are concerned, you are done with the job? What happens? How do you define the relationship?
We've found so many ways of absorbing our alumni and keeping them as part of our community. Now, one of the big things that they do with us is that they come back as mentors. So they mentor our students. Now, based on the different professions, we have students who come forward and say, I would like to have a personal mentor. So those ones are easy to work with. You assign a mentor and you're able to monitor what is happening. Then we hold mentorship fairs as well. Like, he talked about a career fair. We do such big meetings, and then you will have an alumni sharing, their transition right from school. I walked the grounds you're walking. Now I'm in a different kind of corridor, and this is how things happen, kind of thing. So these are usually balanced. You get those who are employed, various professions, those who have innovated and they've switched probably from what they studied and they're doing something else, those who are using their skills, etc. But they come on. So we also have an alumni office that we are able to connect to work with as, my director.
So has that been able to translate into getting jobs for them, like job
yes.
opportunities, and how would you assess that?
Oh yes, it has tremendously. In fact, I would tell you that we had a graduation ceremony on Friday of the other week, but right after that week, we've had so many requests coming in, requesting if we can recommend numbers of students for them to employ, just because they've worked with the alumni and the alumni have recommended them. So it has worked very well to absorb students. And my encouragement to the students here, you need to be mentored. You need to be mentored. You are young, but once upon a time, there are many other people who are as young as you, and now they are where they are. So it's important that you identify the right kind of people and get on to walk in their shoes and to ask them to actually be able, so that you're accountable to them and you're able to go through a self-improvement process because you're working with somebody. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, Nita, by way of concluding your own thoughts, what are the practices in your institution that you think other institutions across the continent or the region can learn from in terms of dealing with international students, and how it has helped you in supporting them career-wise?
Okay, dealing with international students, one of the most important item is to mentor them and to make them feel at home. Like in the Office of International Students, we have a forum where we take the international students from all the countries represented for a diplomatic dinner where they meet with the ambassadors from all the countries represented. And I'm sure some of the students around here have attended some of these. It's an annual event where they interact with the ambassador and they get to know what is happening in their country. I think that is one of the things that we are doing at Daystar that may not be available in most of the institutions. We also take them for a city tour. Every first semester, we take all the new international students for a city tour where we show them the embassies, and we also let them know where they can get intervention for whatever capacity. We also have in our hostels, in our accommodation, we have what we call resident tutors. These are senior staff or lecturers who live within the hostels, and they are accessible at any one time of the night or day, so that they can mentor the students on after class issues. I think those are some of the interventions we have. Okay. Lastly, I would want to mention about our teaching and facilitation model. We do what we call the PBL. PBL is problem-based learning, which helps the students to know how to handle situations that come their way.
Okay, thank you so much, Nita.
Thank you.
Because of time, we're trying to really rush out of the session, so I'll just let CJ to give his concluding thoughts on this conversation briefly.
All right, thank you again for this opportunity. We, together with majority of us here, want to urge you to do what you can. Not only that which maybe your parents or your community expects you to do, but do that which you feel you have the passion, capability, and ability to do. Because for us, we believe that we want to get that inner talent, that inner ability. In our school, for example, we've had young students who've taken part in competitions. In line with what Madam Nita just said, for her it's problem-based learning. For us, we do PBL as project-based learning, where we give them projects for them to develop and harness their soft skills, collaboration, critical thinking, problem solving. When they work on a project, they will be able maybe to argue, agree, disagree, and at the end of the day, come out with something that they can present, have some ideas that they can patent. One case in point is, you people, you all know about this ketchup bottle that these days you turn it upside down. That is an idea of a young student who patented that idea out of just looking at a bottle and asking, why then is this bottle just staying upright? Just like that. Right. The way Isaac Newton did. Why this apple falling? And everyone else is hailing, you know, accolades on him. So we encourage our students to think outside the box and be innovators.
Thank you, CJ Junior. Livingstone, you are going to round this up by telling our audience what should be their takeaways from this conversation.
Thank you very much. So for me, I'll mention the interventions we are doing to their development. One, we have career fairs in learning institutions. We have done more than 55 learning institutions in this country, and we are available all the time. Some institutions more than 2 times. We are available to support. We have a team of mentors. So reach out to our office. Let's work together with offices of career services and organize these events. Number 2, for career officers, we have developed our platform for career assessment, which we want to empower officers of career services. We are also certifying them, certified career analyst by CCA. So once you come through that program, we certify you, give us certification, give you the tools, and even the current tools, including the current careers. You are able to guide your students with knowledge. Again, with those of us, if you are a student interested in career development, and you can help out there because so many people are confused around career, reach to us. We have a certification, we have tools to give you so that you can also go out and make some few coins. Right. The other thing we are doing is in regards to supporting officers of career services. We developed Next Gen Career Masterclass. So our Next Gen Career Masterclass is a platform where we bring professionals to be able to share information and best practices around career development and career coaching and supporting students wholesomely. Again, we welcome all offices of career service across this country. Welcome to our sessions. We are doing them once a month. Come and learn. We don't charge on those programs so that you can also be able to learn, be able to send that information to other people. On the CBC, finally, in this country, there's something called competence-based curriculum, and everyone is incompetent about it, except CCA. For us, we are very competent about it. Come to us. We have a team of certified career analysts. We have a team of mentors. We have a team of certified. Panda is a certified mentor by the European Council. We have so many guys who are started within the academy to be able to guide students around this one. Again, partnerships are key. We are available to support. For us, by the end of this year, if we have more than 1,000 certified career analysts who have tools, then we'll be able to sleep and say, God, thank you. May we see tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Livingstone. And thank you to all our panelists. I would like for us to all be on our feet as we give an applause to our panelists. Thank you for these conversations and for the wisdom we've shared. So we do it away again, right? Shower, rain, thunder, shower, rain, thunder. Let's see who will get it wrong. Shower, rain, shower, aha, rain, rain, shower, rain, thunder, thunder, thunder. All right, you can now sit. Thank you so much. Thank you, our panelists. You can now take your seat. It's been a very, very lovely conversation. Yeah, let's take pictures. One person is missing. Okay, let's just have. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we are going to go into the next session where it's fully packed as well. But I would like for the media to just give us small music to just stretch for 2 minutes and then we sit again. Do you have something to give us some entertainment?
Picture a perfect holiday with 50% off.
Thank you so much, media. Our 2 minutes is up. At this point, we are going to invite one of the lead sponsors of this event, the AU, represented by Dr. Meshesha Shewarega. He's the coordinator of the AU Volunteer Platform, and he is going to be speaking to us. Please, let's put our hands together for Dr. Meshesha. And don't stop clapping until he gets here. Don't stop, don't stop, don't stop.
So, Abarigani, I don't hear voice. This is not your voice. Abarigani, Ujambo. Oh, this is not good voice. This is not a Kenyan voice. It's not East African voice. Okay, while colleagues are working on the projector, because the information that I'm going to give you is very important as far as your future career is considered. Yesterday, in my keynote address, I have said the youth employment issue is at the heart of the African Union policy architecture, if you remember. So, next slide, please. So, yesterday, also in the course of my keynote speech, I did mention that the current situation of the youth in Africa testifies opportunity on the one hand, because this is a potential. If we unleash that potential through various mechanisms, that could be an advantage for the development of the continent, and also toward the effort of realizing the aspiration of the African Union to create Africa which is peaceful, prosperous, and integrated, and playing, emerging as a dynamic force in the global arena. On the other hand, unfortunately, yesterday, in my keynote speech and also in the speech of His Excellency, the Cabinet Secretary, and also the PS, it was abundantly clear that unless we use this potential, the current situation indicates that we have got a lot of unemployment. Not to talk about the employment in the informal sector. That was the upshot of my elucidation yesterday. Here again, I said, in light of this and also the Agenda 2063, Aspiration 6, which focuses on the youth, unleashing their potential, unpacking their potential, unlocking their potential through employment and other opportunities. The African Union came up with various initiatives. Next slide. This is the charter, you remember. I'm not going to mention what I have said yesterday. The charter which came into effect in 2006 is an important political document as far as the youth empowerment, including employment, is considered. We have the youth decade, then Agenda 2063 has got targets, moonshot projects on youth employment, and it set targets as regard to reducing youth unemployment and unemployment. The Assembly decision 680 or 7 of the African Union heads of states and the government put a quota for the youth employment. This is a good news for you. For those of you who are under the age of 35, there is a quota, the entry-level employment quota reserved for you to the extent of 35. That means 35% of the workforce at the African Union Commission is reserved for youth. So it's up to you to use this opportunity. And there is also the African Plan of Action for Youth Empowerment, APAYE. I did mention that one. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go into the nitty-gritty of this one. Next slide, please. In the slide that is projected, it talks about various initiatives. The Youth Charter, particularly Article 15, dwells on the livelihoods of the youth. It talks about employment and other mechanisms of ensuring sustainable livelihood. Agenda 2063 sets a target of reducing per annum, reducing unemployment by 2% and reducing underemployment by 50%. And this is also very, very clear indication that the African Union has taken the youth employment issue seriously. The Ouagadougou Plus 10, if you recall, I did mention yesterday my opening remarks, is another commitment of the African Union towards employment of the youth, and the AU reform sets 2 quotas, 50-50 gender parity for women employment. By the way, the youth, when I'm saying youth, it's, I'm talking about male and female. So the female can also benefit from the 50-50 quota, at the same time also from the 35% quota. By the year 2025, that means next year, the workforce of the African Union Commission in Addis Ababa should constitute 50% women and 35% youth who are under 35. So you have to use this opportunity, and you have to be very agile, alert, and follow up the development within your union. Next slide. Since we have talked about the 1 million next level, by 2021, which is the initiative of the chairperson, I'm not going to report. Bruno has beautifully presented, ably presented what is the defining features and the pillars of the 1 million second level. Next slide. Here, particularly under the jobs employment category, that is the second E, the last column around the employment, you see that the quota is indicated, already incorporated into the 1 million target. It covers the African Union Youth Volunteer Corps, which I'm going to mention, Youth Fellowship Program, which I'm going to also talk a bit, internship, which I'm going to also talk a bit, volunteerism, which is very, for which I'm very passionate about. The volunteerism, you have also the volunteerism program within the African Union and its member states. Next slide. The African Union is not simply initiating various policy initiatives, but also supporting the member states to do the same. We have various intervention mechanisms. At the policy level, we come up with standard policies, model policies on youth employment. We provide also, we come up flagship initiative, which I have already alluded to. We provide also CAS, country acceleration support, to the member state, and we also provide knowledge product around employment creation. We also, as a continental body, provide a platform for South-South cooperation, South-North cooperation, experience exchange, and these are the kind of things we do under the partnership. We organize also job fairs. Philip and I will be traveling to Algeria. I will be traveling this night, tonight, to go to Addis Ababa, then to Algeria. We're going to have a job fair. What are the opportunities for you? So organizing a job fair is also another thing that we do under the ambit of the African Union. Next slide, quickly. Yeah, volunteerism. So I'm now going to the technical issues regarding volunteerism. One thing we do at the African Union is we are engaged in promoting volunteerism. Volunteerism as a force of change, volunteerism as a mechanism of unleashing the potential of the youth. This is what we do. Our mandate emanates from Agenda 2063, Aspiration 6, dwelling on people-driven development, focusing on the potential of women, the youth, and nurturing the children. So we believe at the African Union, among other things, volunteerism is a mechanism, one of the mechanisms of unleashing, unlocking the potential of the youth, and a mechanism that creates a transitioning mechanism as a linchpin to decent and youth employment for the youth. We have got the charter. The charter Article 11 to H requires member states to institute national policies, programs on volunteerism as a mechanism for participation of the youth, meaningful participation of the youth in the development affairs of the member states, and also as a mechanism of peer-to-peer learning or training, if you like. And then we have the AUYVC, the African Union Youth Volunteer Corps. I will be talking about that. We do have 1 million next level. You have seen the employment component constitutes, among others, the employment-oriented initiatives. We have got the AU model, AU volunteerism framework is also another initiative from where our mandate to work on volunteerism at the Commission level comes from. Next slide. Okay, what do you have as an opportunity for you? I think this must be good for you. Please open your ears if you are interested to get high-paying, attractive employment at the African Union Commission, which is not easy to come in, but if you have the required knowledge, the skills, above everything, the attitudes. Remember yesterday what the Cabinet Secretary has said. Your attitude is your latitude. Your attitude, first and foremost, to serve. Your attitude, first and foremost, to contribute to humanity. Not really after money. Money will take care of itself. Service first. That is if I may allow to contribute my experience, this is how it brought Dr. Meshesha or Professor Meshesha to go this far. I was in a CSOs, I was a volunteer, I used volunteerism as a lead, Red Cross particularly. And finally, I happened to be also the Secretary General of the Ethiopian Red Cross before I joined the AU. So in everything, always service first. Money will take care of it. Salary will take care of it. Use every opportunity to prove yourself that you are contributing towards the collective well-being. If this is your motto, for those of you who are Christian, who worship God, worship Lord Jesus, check Matthew 5:11, what talks about salt. Check the same chapter, if you allow me, verse 13, it talks about light. Check number 16. So light, salt, all this, they are not living for themselves. They are living for other things. So use yourself, the talent God has given you, knowledge God has given you, experience that God has given, the health that God has given you. Use it to the benefit of humanity. Let this be your primordial objective, reason of existence on this planet Earth. It's for the reason that we have been created and living on this planet Earth. So use this one, and you will see. The rest will be history. It has worked for me. Why not for you? So the African Union Youth Volunteer Corps is a continental program. Those of you within the age group of 18 to 35 can apply for the African Union Youth Volunteer Corps. It is a continental program, Pan-African program, where you will be recruited, trained, and deployed in other African countries other than your country of origin for 1 year. And you qualify to get stipend no less than 1,000 USD. That is really handsome salary in most of the member countries, as you know, including Kenya and also other Eastern African countries. That could be a good opportunity for you to build your social capital, social network that can serve you either to be absorbed within the AU system or the member state, or to get a reference letter that will help you to get employed into a prominent institution, including the UN. So this is one opportunity that I would like. Internship, we have got 6 months internship maximum at the AU headquarters. We are facilitating exchange. Another opportunity is the AU fellowship. This is in collaboration with GIZ. I do see the German government representative GIZ up there. We are collaborating with them around technology. Those of you who have got a degree in ICT can apply for the AU Tech Fellow. And in fact, the stipend is more than 1,000 USD per month. For 1 year, you will be deployed within the AU and its organs. This is another opportunity for you. We have got a junior professional group under the Quota 35, which I have already talked about. We provide also leadership and a mentorship. I think I have to make it short and pave way for another colleague to talk. Next slide. This is the Youth Volunteer Corps. Next slide. I've already talked about in the interest of time. This is the rationale. It started in 2010 in Abuja, Nigeria. So far, about 1,000 plus young people are benefiting from this program, and why not you? It's very competitive, I know. So volunteer before you apply. Show that you are volunteering, and volunteering within Red Cross or other volunteer recipient organizations. That gives you plus. Learn, in addition to Swahili, English, learn other AU language. That is also another important thing. I think, next slide, quickly. This is a trend, you don't need it. This is how it evolves over time since 2010. And see the gender parity within the program. In fact, the female are now outperforming the male. Go. Next slide. Just go to the slide. These are the various interventions that we are doing under the Continental Volunteer Linkage, which I am coordinating, work around in the Fronto Partnership, promoting volunteerism. We work around coordination, policy coherence. Please check Volunteer Linkage Platform, volunteerafrica.org. You can check, and the details is already there. We have various advocacy outreach mechanism. We provide also country acceleration support, including the from the member state Kenya. Last month I was here to provide technical assistance to the government of Kenya in designing national policy. I think, let's next slide. This is about the Continental Volunteer Linkage platform. If you go into that website, you can find the details. Next slide. That is the vision. These are the what we do under the Continental Volunteer Linkage Platform, providing information on volunteerism, ensuring visibility of volunteerism, building the image of volunteerism, advocacy for more enabling environment by producing evidences like the AU State of Volunteerism in Africa report. We provide data on volunteerism. As I'm speaking, the contribution of volunteerism is estimated to be 350 billion American dollar. This is the fourth largest GDP in Africa. Next slide. I think this is the focus area. Next slide. That is, thank you. Asante sana. I have to stop here. I'm ready to accept any questions if you have. Moderator, I hope I have done well as regard to time. Yeah. If you are offending me, you are offending 55 member states. I'm representing 55 member states.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was fair enough. Please let's put our hands together for Doctor. And we'll stand.
Sit up there.
We'll stand and do it our way, please, for Doctor. Now, quickly. Shower. Rain. Thunder. Very good. You can take your seat. I think it's very important that we're having all these conversations. I cannot emphasize this any better. When we talk about skills, it's not only technical skills that are in need today, like we've been talking. Social skills are very critical. And for you to have these social skills, you need to volunteer. You need to serve humanity. That's the only way. I know of a lady, I'm not going to go deep into the story. We did a story about this lady, Prayer Uongozi, who, after her graduation, she was deployed for National Youth Service in Nigeria. Every graduate in Nigeria goes for compulsory National Youth Service. And within that period, you are expected to serve either in primary school or whatever capacity. Now, when she's done, she didn't just go. The school where she went to serve, she realized that there are so many children who could not have access to education. And she decided to start offering free classes for these children. And today she's teaching over 200 children every week. And she has gotten quite a lot of recognition for doing that. So volunteer. And we are going to be talking more in depth about this, the powering youth employment through volunteerism, and that's why Doctor is still here. We're going to invite the other panelists on this session. Jacob Eyoru, he is the Uganda National Youth Council chairman. Jacob, you are welcome. Please join us. Please, let's put our hands together for him. We also have Joblin Omari, head of programs, KCB Foundation. Are you here? Okay. And then Miss Margaret Kyogora, CEO, National Youth Council, Kenya. Are you here? Let's put our hands together. Is she here? No? Okay. Then we also have Anselme Riza, is my friend and comrade. Please come on stage. He's executive committee member, Rwanda National Youth Council. Please join the panel. We also have Crisedi Mwila, who is also part of this panel. Please, let's put our hands together for him as he comes on. Also joining the discussion is Kelia Keza. She is Commissioner, National Youth Council, Burundi. Put your hands together as she comes on stage. Let's keep clapping, let's keep clapping, let's keep clapping. Hope Kacheri, EAC Youth Ambassador, Tanzania. And then Finally, we have Philip Pandey, the Executive Director of CCA. Please come and join the panel. Let's put our hands together, please. All right, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for honoring this invitation. I think this time I will sit. All right, so we are talking volunteerism, and it's not very popular among young people these days, maybe because of the pressure and the desperation to just make it and make money. The Gen Z we see in Nigeria, there's a group of people who call Yahoo boys. These are mainly cyber crime guys. They make a lot of money on the internet deceiving people, and they flaunt it everywhere on social media, and so others get influenced by this, and so they see that there are easier ways of making money without going, any further to do anything. Jacob, let me start with you. How important is the issue of volunteerism for young people in terms of accessing jobs?
Thank you guys, and it's a pleasure to be in Nairobi. Mambo, you guys are well? I can't hear the young energy. You guys are well? It's a good thing. So my name is Jacob Eyeru. I come from across the border here. If you jog well enough, if you are willing to beat Kipchoge, you could reach our home. But it's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to talk volunteerism. First and foremost, in Uganda, this topic is so important to us, we have made it a program area for the National Youth Council of Uganda. Our understanding is that if you cannot volunteer, you can never serve with passion. Why? Because every time you volunteer, you are able to learn without expectation, without learning as a measure of reward, without learning only where you want to actually be paid in any measure. And this is extremely important for me for two things. One, if you're learning just because you are passionate about something, you are going to learn faster, but also you're going to learn with less effort, learning effortlessly. I'll give you just two contexts. So all of you have been in school, and everyone has had a hard subject in school. There's nobody who has had it all easy everywhere, And for me, the hard subject was history. I just never understood why I had to mention names of guys who had fought in South Africa. And their names have, some of them have clicking sounds and so on, and we are not gifted like that in Uganda. And so I was really struggling with it. So I said, how do I go about this if I am not able to develop some sort of love for it? And that's how I ended up somehow in politics. In politics, I had passion for politics. I didn't have passion for studying history. And in politics, the passion there now drove me to be able to just learn about history as a necessity for my politics. So now I know the stories not from class, I understood them from the necessity of politics because I'm passionate about politics, and that drove me to that learning. That's number one. Number two, why we think volunteerism must be at the center of youth development. The numbers of young people are too many in Africa. It's a good thing. The youth bulge is a good thing. In other words, we have enough labor force. But it is also a dangerous thing if we build Africa on entirely a reward mindset. If the entire village decides that the one who will fetch water will only fetch water if they are going to be paid, the number of villagers that need water are too many for that to be the discussion. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. In our continent, in our countries, the challenges that young people are facing in terms of starting business and keeping them afloat, in terms of catching up with the experience necessary. When we talk about experience as young people in leadership, we are not talking about demanding experience of us to get into jobs alone. No, we are also talking about having the right, the recipe for the right meal. If you're being asked to present a program document or to present a proposal for whatever your idea is, whether it is in tech or it is in startup in farming, the quality of that proposal will matter to whether you will get that financial boom that maybe the AU has or some GIZ is offering. But where do you learn that quality? In your tech idea. You are a scientist like myself, I'm a mechanical engineer. You probably did not, it's not your strength to write concept notes. Volunteering could teach you that without being in class. So the numbers we have are too many for us to be comfortable trading parts of only how you can get paid or where you are only able to feed in if you are needed. That's number two, the value of the need. The final point I'm going to make in the interest of time is that when you volunteer, and this one is more of a personal thing, it's not even about Africa or our countries. When you volunteer, you get your best self achieved. Many times, volunteering will take you to your age. And so the salient things that it's teaching you that you're not aware of in your daily scheduled ideas is number one, discipline. You know, when someone says, you have done such a poor job, I wish you did not come at all. When you're volunteering, it will sink best. You will feel so much pain, but that pain will teach you. If someone says, you have done such a poor job, I hope you don't come back tomorrow, but you're going to earn $1,000, it's okay. That one can go home as long as my paycheck comes at the end of the month. Isn't that the case? So volunteering will teach you in the best ways possible to become your best self. And all of us need to go beyond the age because, let's face it, the world now has a lot of competition. The AU was speaking here and he was saying, you need to work at the AU only if you're among the top. You must hone your skills. Where are you going to hone your skills if you have to demand pay for wherever there's opportunity to hone your skills? If you're a teacher, volunteering in that small primary school is experience. Even 1 month of experience in a workplace will change a lot for you. Because in reality, the workplace is extremely different from the classroom environment. And I want to thank you. I'll allow my colleagues to also contribute to the topic.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your contribution, Jacob. Margaret, I shared a brief story earlier before inviting our panelists. Sorry, is it Margaret? No. Well, let me throw this question to Keza. I shared a brief story about a young lady in Nigeria who was doing stuff. And to tell you how seriously this is. So there's an allowance she gets from government every month as a National Youth Corps member under that program, which is equivalent of 1,200 Kenyan shillings. And what she used that money for is to pay for school fees for children who are unable to do so. But, you know, she's been doing this and then it expands and she begins to have donors and people partnering with her and so on. How long can one do this without feeling tired of doing it?
Thank you very much for this question. Before I answer to this question, I can say myself, I'm volunteering in Burundi National Youth Council. In fact, the entire team is volunteering. We are not being paid. There's no salaries for the president of Burundi National Youth Councils. There's no salaries for commissioners. And we are covering the entire country. We do have our statutory meeting every Saturday. We go with our own transport. We pay for our own lunch if we have so many things to do. So we've been doing this. This is my first time. We have a term of 5 years, which means for 2022 up to 2027, we are supposed to serve our youth. Burundi National Youth Council is serving this generation and without being paid. So I think We can do that if we have that spirit of volunteerism, if we have that spirit of working for others, not expecting any rewards. That's the fact that we are recognizing her work here. It's already a reward for her, and that's what we are looking forward. And we are always advising our youth, like they should volunteer, because when you are volunteering, as Jacob just said it earlier, you learn in a smooth way. Nobody is going to be hard when he's saying, like, he knows you are volunteering. No, he already knows that you are putting your effort to learn, and it is easy to learn. And in Burundi, it's a French country, so for our youth to be competent at regional or continental level, we need to get those skills of speaking English, speaking Swahili for East Africa. Okay. So most of young people, when they graduate, or if they are even in workplace, they do get like tech volunteerism in different organizations, different training centers, so that they can learn that English and be competitive. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
All right, Mwila, for how long can one do this? Because there has to be a motivation. What should be the focus? What should be the motivation to volunteer?
Thank you so much, and good morning to each and every one of us in this room. First and foremost, before I answer the question, it's important for all of us in here to understand that volunteering should always be a part of our lives. President Kenneth Kaunda of my country, before he became president, volunteered for the first political party in our country called the ANC. He volunteered as a Secretary General. President Barack Obama, before he became President of the United States, volunteered as a voter registration officer. President Jakaya Kikwete of Tanzania volunteered under the leadership of President Nyerere before he became President of Tanzania. So we can all see that the culmination of all these great leaders is coming from a point of service. Because one thing I would love to understand is that service is the greatest currency there is. However, as a young person, it's also important to understand that you need to place value on yourself. You cannot volunteer for the rest of your life. Even the good doctor sitting next to us here, he got to a point where after he had given a part of his life to service, he now got to a point where he says, I now need to put premium and value to my skills, my brand, and my expertise. Because if you do not put value to yourself as a young person, personally, where I stand, I'll begin to easily take advantage of you. So I think even as we volunteer, we need to get to a point where I have volunteered for the past 3 years, probably under this organization, or probably for this particular community, and so on and so forth. And after I have done all these, how can I put all these experiences together and begin to package myself as a person of value? Personally, I have volunteered in many spaces. And out of volunteering, I've been able to place value on myself. That earlier this year, I was appointed as Zambia's permanent youth representative at the Community of Democracies in Poland. I just recently served as Zambia's youth representative in the Comesa region. And I've been able to position myself in various spaces, having served as a student union president at my university, having ran for office as a member of parliament in 2026 in my country, coming third with 9,000 votes. But all these opportunities came as a result of giving a part of who I am to service. But then I got to a point where I understood that I have volunteered for too long. How then can I place value on myself in order for that value to speak for itself? Right. That would be my answer to that question.
Thank you so much for being so straight and honest, Mila. Doctor, there's someone who is probably sitting here. Well, I don't know if I can, Doctor, I don't know if you can be so brief, but let me just throw this to Jacob. There's someone who is sitting here and is thinking, oh, I want to volunteer, I'm interested in doing so, but feels, where do I do it? There's no platform. How do I start? what would be your advice?
Thank you. And I'm going to apologize because also this is my last engagement because I have to be out. So here's the thing. Every one of us spends time every day on something. Some of you are very interested in music, you spend 4 hours in it. Some of you are very interested in prayer, you close the church. You are the last person to leave or something. I think everyone has an interest area. Now, if you find a need in community, in society, that your talent, your interest area can solve, that's the first place to start, because there you're volunteering easily. You're volunteering without much inward strain. Because if you like just helping people, being in a place of young people that have some disabilities and they need help, for you will give you joy. And the hours will not be counted on you as work time. It will be counted on you as part of the things that you're doing to contribute to your passions. If you're very into football, you can volunteer helping at the stadium just to clean. You say, no, I want to see a better cleaning place. And that's something that you can do. Those are areas that you can start from, passion-driven. The next areas are need-driven. Sit down and find out, how do you help your local community? You know, most of us come from Nairobi and you're probably in an apartment somewhere, you've grown up in Nairobi. But when they say, okay, now it's time for marriage or it's time for a burial, that is when you find out that you are 4 hours away and some part of that journey is a motorbike. It can't be a car. Those people, many of them don't even reach Nairobi in a full year. And they have very flimsy needs that just your education level can help with. I'll give you an example. Do you know that government could be giving out so much aid in terms of hose, in terms of just to young farmers in your villages, but they do not have the basic understanding of adding and multiplying and subtracting so that you end up with a profit. And just studying the season is something that you can do. You can say, okay, what can I do in this community? Just by talking to them, just a needs assessment first. To say, let me go to the village twice a year to talk to the youth group or the students group there and ask them, what are your challenges? And you'll find that by just closing out one night out, one Saturday, 1 month, can help with the need for either mathematical sets or books, or helping with the girls that are dropping out of education because they cannot afford to, have their sanitary needs met. That volunteerism based on a needs assessment. And you don't have to say, I am in the city, let me find it here. No, you can find it where you connect. You can find it in your local primary school where you attended. You can find it in your local community. You can find it in the places you want to go. And I think that's where the most important one is for the Employability Summit. Where do you want to go? What are people doing there? And get the boldness to take yourself there and say, what can I volunteer in? Not what can I work in. Sometimes young people, these are the challenges. You come in and you say, I am hardworking, I'm looking for experience. What can I work in? Already the employer is saying, this is a cost. But when you say, what can I volunteer in? After day 2, someone is saying, I think this person is very passionate. Let's find them some transport refund. And before you know it, you are assimilated. So many of my friends at the AU started as volunteers. Volunteering just to take minutes in a meeting. Like this meeting. We don't know who is writing the report. But someone could have said, is there a role to just rapporteur? And they take the minutes for 4 days. And they produce such a good report when Philip shares it with all of us. Say, who did this one? Can we perhaps bring those people? And that person that volunteered is the one we have. Another one could say, let me just volunteer to keep sharing this content online. I'm trying to be relatable with our generation. Someone else is doing only selfies. Every day the new makeup or the new shoe the guy has bought or how he walked out of the Uber is what he's posting. Another person is saying, today at the Employability Summit, this is what we learned. And they share content. And Safaricom gets interested in this guy's storytelling that is valuable. Government, everyone that is available, even the universities here, could say, I think this guy can work in our communications department. The way he told the story of what happened here. So volunteer along the 3 paths that you can find. Number 1, just to summarize for you, is along your passion lines. Number 2 is along your needs assessment in your local community. Don't take it too big. You want to volunteer only because Mwila has spoken about where Obama volunteered. You want to volunteer in Obama Foundation. That might be too far. It requires too much work before you actually appear for volunteering. So number 2 on a needs assessment, localize that. Then number 3, where do you want to go? And take baby steps at volunteering towards that path. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Jacob. All right, I'll come back to Doctor now. You shared quite a lot of opportunities at the AU, and probably, I'm sure a lot of people are considering, oh, okay, these opportunities exist, I'm going there. But what happens if they don't get the opportunity to volunteer at the AU? You know, the AU might be far off, you know, from where they stand. You know, what other avenues could they explore such that they become relevant?
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. AU is one of the avenues. Since I'm representing the African Union and this is the employment summit, since the AU is also using volunteerism as a transitioning mechanism to employment, that's why we have created a nexus between volunteerism and employment. That's why I was emphatically emphasizing the opportunity. This is my mission, and also that's why I'm talking. But be reminded that the volunteerism that we are talking in Africa, 90% of it, or 2/3 of volunteerism that we are talking, is in the informal sector. What the United Nations calls informal volunteerism, and what the AU standard talks traditional volunteerism. Traditional volunteerism is not regulated by policy, no government-backed initiated structures, but the communities, based on the principle of Ubuntu, Harambe in Kenya, people engage on any form of volunteerism as a pro bono, not expecting anything, particularly financial return, no qui pro quo, what we call it in economics. There is no equivalent reward for what I'm doing, what I have done in terms of my knowledge, energy, time. So I'm just giving it away as a contribution for a collective humanity, public good. So you have, if the AU avenue is not working, you have the informal volunteerism already embedded in our community system. So go into those self-help groups, go into those mutual reciprocity social structures, and provide your voluntary service. But I have to emphasize that as a volunteer, don't expect anything in form of employment. There's no guarantee every volunteer will be finally absorbed in employment. No. There may not be, there may. So your focus should be simply helping, simply providing, making life better. Leave this globe better than you found it. This is the major principle.
All right.
And in the formal volunteerism, moderator, the largest volunteer program in Africa is spearheaded by the Red Cross and the Red Crescent. Out of 11 million volunteers in the formal sector or in the regular government-led or CSOs-led volunteerism programs we have in Africa, 2 about 9 million of them are volunteering under the auspices of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent. The beautiful thing of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent is that you have the structure even up to the community level. Here in Kenya, we have Red Cross committees, which is embedded or cascaded, devolved up to up to the village level. So if volunteerism is really deep inside, if you are really made volunteerism inherent, you don't have any excuse for not volunteering. The avenues are still there. Before I stop, I've already finished, I've replied to you. Use every opportunity to volunteer, to help. You raised the Obama issue. Obama, when he was not even senator, when he was discussing about his future here in 1970s, here in Nairobi with his sister, Auna, when he was here in her apartment, he was talking about volunteerism, he was talking about as to how we are going to contribute to read the autobiography of Auna. This is life. She has written a very beautiful book. This guy, he was traveling elsewhere, and a person in front of him had an argument with the airline attendant. The argument was about she exceeded the limit of the baggage that she has to take. And she doesn't have the money, and this paperless money was not common in the United States of America in those days. So Obama just behind, and he was really observing, following up the discussion, and he has already noticed that there is something wrong. This passionate volunteer volunteered to his core, then he went there, and what's the problem? And how can I help? And she told him, then out of his pocket, he paid the money for her. And she asked for his address for repayment, but he said, that's fine, but I can give you, we are now friends, I can give you my address. Imagine what happened. And this is how volunteerism pays off. Volunteerism pays off spiritually and also materially. Then this lady took his address, and this person was running to be a senator. I think in Chicago. And this lady, taking this good deed of Obama, she phoned him, and she said, I will be mobilizing electorate for you. I will be part of your campaign. She brought him many people, many volunteers who were helping his campaign, and finally that person won. And you know where he is. He benefits the speaking skill, development. Now he's a captivated speaker I know on this planet.
Okay.
So volunteerism really pays off. The avenues is already there. No excuse for not volunteering.
All right. Thank you so much, Doctor. Anselme, this question is for you. And you give us the Rwandan experience or perspective on this issue. How can youth organizations, one of which you work with, how can they work together to create more unified approach to volunteerism?
Thank you so much. Standing on the protocols that have been mentioned, my name is Anselme Ruhumuriza, representing National Youth Council in Rwanda. I would start thanking the volunteers. I have been seeing them around here. Since we reached here, they were receiving us, providing very best hospitality that I've never seen in Africa, apart from my country. And by the way, I will respond to that question in regards to my historical perspective, my personal historical perspective in first place. Actually, I graduated from Political Science and International Relations 2021. But I joined the university 2016, before COVID. I was actually wondering, since my background was not good, you know, Rwanda was once a French-speaking country. And now we are English-speaking country. So my university was actually, I was not good in English, at all. I was wondering, I am enrolled in international relations, political science. I don't even know how to even to relate with my corrective village. And now I'm going to run international relations. Internationally, even locally, I'm not known. How am I going to be exposing myself? I started volunteering in my university, receiving students each year. And the first year, I was like, why can't I be on another level? I thought like, all universities has youth councils, like offices, guild councils, presidents, institutions where, students pass through their ideas to reach the government and, university decision makers. First year, I applied to be one of the guild president members. They rejected me. Second year, they rejected me. Third year, they rejected me. And the fourth year, they said, what is this young man looking for? Applying 3 times, 3 years. Let us put him out and see what he brings. That was my exact period where I said, I have to make it. I spent 3 to 4 nights, sleeplessly, preparing a speech, following Obama, Kamalaga Nyerere, Sadao Senghol, all the African agitators. I want to be a politician. I delivered my speech on the panel, and everyone could stand up and say, if he is not the one, you postpone the election. I became the deputy president of University of Rwanda. By that,
you can do that.
Yeah, by that I was like, so now I'm here. How can I influence? I'm not good at English. So I started learning a little bit of English. And by then, after graduation, my university said, we are looking for people to support the government, in street learning, community engagement. I said, why can't I go? But I had a goal to become one of the lecturers of the University of Rwanda. So while my government was saying, we want volunteers, you see, it was a period of COVID, I volunteered, and I said, but I want to be a lecturer. How can I go out of this university? I told my principal, you know what, I'm not going anywhere. I know this university does not train people to become lecturers, and I am not in capability to be a lecturer while I'm a bachelor holder, but I volunteer in this university. Mitigating COVID-19 in this university. I could sit, stand around, like telling people you have to wash your hands, this is sanitizer, I think this, okay? And then when COVID was done, government was launching, the policy of setting National Youth Council elections 2021. I was like, okay, now that university have been serving for 1 year as volunteer, is not putting out the positions where I can apply, so I can go out and then become one of the contenders for National Youth Council. For that, I went out, but I could first reach my principal and said, no, I've been serving the university for 1 year. Now give me at least certificate. I can provide to the government that I can land this position. So I started that process. So, back to your question. National Youth Council is governmentally recognized. We have an order, it is in the Constitution. We have Prime Minister order that govern our institution. We are structured from government level, national level, province level, district level, village levels, and then country levels, where each level has 9 members. And what the government does is that though we are not paid, but they provide us trainings. They give us the possible skills that we need at the global market. That is where National Youth Council now, you see, we are volunteers, but we are nationally recognized. During COVID-19, 73% of the young people in Rwanda, of the population in Rwanda, are under 30 years old. So from that perspective of being serving international youth council from the village up to the top level, my government sent me to the ICGRA to contest in a regional perspective. That's why I contested also to volunteer. This is the ICGRA International Conference for the Greater Western Region. It does not pay us. We are volunteering. So we think that there's a value chain between government and youth if they want our development to be collectively achieved.
All right. All right, let me throw this question to, to Hope. How can youth ambassadors influence policies that promote volunteerism at the national and regional levels?
Thank you. Before answering, I'll introduce myself. My name is Hope Kacheri, the EAC Youth Ambassador to Tanzania. And I know most of you wish to know what is the Youth Ambassadors platform, but we are just doing a volunteer work under the Political Affairs Department in the EAC. And we volunteer in ushering youth as well as for, amplifying youth voices in different platforms and to different stakeholders that are relevant to help youth achieve their interests and goals. So relating the questions to the EAC, the youth ambassadors are engaged in different spaces. First of all, the youth ambassadors are first of all introduced to the relevant ministries in their respective countries. So we work with the ministries that deals with youth issues. Example, in Tanzania, we work hand in hand with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and EAC Cooperation, and as well the Ministry of Youth, Labor and Employment, as well as the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. So when it comes to issues that need to be addressed when it comes to youth, especially in policies and decision making, the youth ambassadors are invited and take part they be part of it. They be part of the conversations, and we get to say what the youth, what would be the best interest of the youth. So in the coming 2 weeks to come, we're going to have a meeting, especially on the EAC youth policy. When you go through that policy, it doesn't have much to say when it comes to youth employment across EAC. So what the youth ambassadors are going to be doing is that they are going to present what are the important, we are going to say the important points that are needed to be in that policy, especially on the issue of employment. So the youth ambassadors will be there, will act on behalf of each and every youth in the EAC to say the interest of the youth when it comes to policy, especially how employment can be brought about in the EAC. Back to you, moderator.
All right, well, thank you so much for that contribution. Philip, you are one of the organizers of this summit, and I'm just curious why you feel this conversation is so important to have among young people. If you can share, maybe from personal experience, what's the inspiration behind, this important conversation?
Thank you very much, Ayuba, and of course the dignified panelists that have joined this conversation. I must say that it's courtesy of the man sitting in the middle, Dr. Meshesha, together with the Director, Women, Gender and Youth Directorate at the AU, to support all of us to sit here. Jacob has left because he has a flight to catch, and that flight is courtesy of AU, so we are grateful. Why is it important to be here? And why is CCA taking this priority to do this? I'll do this in less than 3 minutes because I'm cautious of time. We have another team that has been waiting for us for a lot of time. I started this responsibility as a student leader 10 years ago. I was director in charge of academic affairs at Chuka University. And the question from our colleagues was always, where do I work post-graduating? And how do I gain meaningful employment? The other question was, I'm studying economics and sociology, two different things. What is this combination going to help me with, and where do I work? I could not answer those questions. Similarly, I could not really help students who wanted to migrate their courses midway in 3rd year or 4th year. But then we brought in speakers in what was the first ever career fairs or career day at the university that then establish the conversation between industry, academia, and the students to get guidance. And over the last 10 years, I would say that have been to many spaces seeking employment, getting employed, both by the county government, supporting national government initiatives, running my own company or affairs. But I think I'm back at CCA as volunteer number 1. Livingstone, my colleague, is volunteer number 0. And in doing this, this year we put out a call for volunteers, and about 544 young people applied to get onto that list as volunteers. Please give them a round of applause. In that list of over 500, you see people here in white t-shirts, you see people in black and white suits. Those are all volunteers. None of them is being paid. And I must mention that Alex is volunteer number 3. But how do we promote that? This platform is especially made to help people network, to sharpen your skills. As we talk about policy and curriculum reforms, as we talk about navigating the space with industry, how are we able to get opportunities? In the inaugural summit, I must mention, one of the speakers was the HR director, Diamond Trust Bank, stood up and said that from next year we're going to work with CCA to provide job shadowing programs, and she promised 100 slots. At the end of this year, which is not ended yet, we've had 200, double the number that they promised, and we've shared this across 44 universities, technical institutions, and out-of-school formations. That is purpose number 1, to connect real-time opportunities. But most importantly, is that as we talk about bridging the skills, employability skills gap between those who are getting out of institutions, those who are still institutions, can we entrench offices of career services to directly guide the students so that the student leaders that we are mentoring under the Emerge Global program, and this year we've done about 750 in our virtual training programs in 2 cohorts, working again with about 450 directors of career services in basic institution levels to tertiary institution levels. Are we changing the culture of entrenching employability skills? In institutions where we don't have offices of career services, are we building ground up? And CCA has built over 18 of those infrastructure in universities where they did not exist. So really, Ayuba, this is supposed to open the eyes of both, policymakers, curators of learning and academia, and I'm glad that the Director General TVET Authority has been here listening to the conversation for the last 2 hours. He was here last year representing the Minister in charge of education. That shows the commitment on the direction that we are going. The African Development Bank Skills and Education Manager, Ms. Henrina, was here yesterday. African Development Bank is supporting TVETs in infrastructure and in supporting offices of career services. Are we able to do more directly with young people? And I dare say that that is happening because one of the programs that they are implementing is supporting entrepreneurship and innovation in universities and TVETs. And that is changing the culture on how we are training. Those are just that, a prelude of what we are doing and what the summit is all about.
All right.
At the end of today, we'll have awards. What are the awards meant for? The awards are supposed to recognize those of you who are taking responsibility in mentoring, in providing opportunities, and in nurturing young people that are getting into the job market, that are seeking opportunities, in sharpening their skills. In the aspect of volunteerism, I've said I'm volunteer number 1 at CCA. Join us in the volunteerism work that we are doing, or the volunteering work that we are doing, and join government, join institutions in your communities. I will not say more than this. This is my last remark. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that contribution, Philip. We are going to, earlier I asked if people have questions, they should send it, write it down, send it to me. Nobody did. But now I'm going to ask, and this time I may point people. So you have questions, maybe a few comments if you have on what we are talking about. It's your chance to do that. So I'm going to count. If you have any question, can I see your hand up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold your numbers. 6, 7, 8, 9. Who is the last person? 10. So we'll do 10. We'll try as much as possible to be brief with the questions and even the responses. So number 1, where are you? Where is our number 1? You are the one. Give him the mic. Let's hear your question and tell us your name, what's your question, and who are you directing your question to?
Good afternoon, all. My name is Barnabas Omfira from University of Kabianga, subject to graduation. First of all, I want to thank the CCA for giving me this opportunity to volunteer in this summit. My question I'm directing to the doctor. In this scenario, you may find that you are coming out of the campus, you have done a certain career, but through the process of completing your career, you come up or you develop different passion that is not in line with the career that you have been taking at the tertiary institution. So in that regard, what way can you balance the two? Like you have the career and you have the passion. So in which way will you handle yourself pertaining such situation? You know, sometimes we find ourselves
your question,
in...
so let's go to the answer now.
Okay, thank you.
So that we can save time. Yeah, so let's take the second person. We'll take all the questions. Who is our number 2? You are. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelina Kisoy. I am from the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. My question would be more general for the panelists. How do you deal with African parents in the sense that they don't want you to kind of incline to volunteerism? For example, I've been volunteering for around 2-3 years for an organization, but in the African setting, you're being told you can't do that. It doesn't earn you money. It may not necessarily tie in with your job because it's in healthcare and I'm doing a Bachelor of Commerce in accounting. So it doesn't quite tie. And it's been kind of a struggle. So how do I turn my volunteer experience into something more inclined with what I'm doing, despite having done something else as a volunteer?
All right,
Thank you.
Number 3. Who is our number 3? I think it's somewhere there. Yeah, okay.
So I am called Donat Bigirman from Burundi, a student at Catholic University. So let me try to summarize because since yesterday I have a lot of questions, but I wish next time you may try to give us a chance to
just go to the question.
To express our thought, because we are mentoring us, you are mentoring us, we are the one who has an issue. So maybe next time.
That's why you have the chance now. Go ahead with the question.
The first question is about the international student, where we are facing an issue for documents. Another one related to internship. So I say that because most of us, to get internship, we pay. So another one related to volunteering. I was working before I joined Catholic University. I had a student who was volunteering like 3 years. So volunteering 3 years, such lady was having a family, she was having a child. So in such organization, she was not even gaining anything. So maybe I think as you are mentoring us, you have also to focus on the employer. If they receive someone who is willing to volunteer, maybe to see how they can encourage him or her, like giving him or her a little salary so that he may maintain.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Another one is about understanding our youth. So we know that life begins since conception. So we need to understand our youth attitude, emotions, behavior. Because most of these employers, you find that they are a bit old. Then their thinking are totally different to the young ones. So
okay, let's move to the next question. Thank you. I think you have only one question to ask. Okay, so and that goes for other people too. Just make your question one. All right. Well,
yes. Another one, last one is
no. Please take the mic. Thank you. Who is the next person? One question, please, and make it short. No stories.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sylvia Gatti. I'm a student in Daystar University, a master's student majoring in communication. So first I want to say, I want to appreciate the work that Corporate Career Academy is doing, and my concern is that I know right now we're measuring, I'm not sure about this, how do you go about those people in grassroots areas, people who come from communities who are minority in the minorities, how do you purpose to reach to them? Because it is a very good platform, and I was so curious about those people in the grassroots areas. Yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Number 4.
Yeah, hello everyone.
Unfortunately, we would have to leave the remaining 5, maybe from when we come back from the break.
So my name is Francis Kibira from Great Lakes University of Kisumu, and my question is, what are the right indicators to tell you that you've volunteered enough? Now it's time to move on. And the second one is, how do we brand ourselves to make sure that during the time you are volunteering, you get to be identified so that eventually the volunteerism lands you a job. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. So I think that's the last person for now. We are going to take responses. The first question goes to Dr. Meshesha. You had our young man there who's talking about passion and the training. So the passion versus the training he received. And the second question I would assign to Hope. I will assign the second question to you, African parents, and how their response to volunteerism and so on. Question asked by the third question, international student and documents. Philip, you would answer that question for us, and the issue of internship and so on. The fourth question, how to reach the grassroots. Anselmen, you would answer that question, Anselmen. And then the fifth question, which is indicators to know when to move. Muela, you will be responding to that question. So let's move on. Doctor?
Thank you very much. That's a very good question that you have raised. How are we going to balance between career development on the one hand and the volunteerism on the other? I would say my straightforward answer is first thing first. To be able to provide up to the good volunteerism, particularly in the areas of your training or in the areas where you do have comparative advantage, build first yourself. Capacitate yourself first. That is the first piece of advice that I would like to give. Second, you can still, while focusing on your career development as a priority, you may also during vacations, when the universities are closed, you may use that time to volunteer. I'm a Red Crosser. I vehemently argue in favor of, because the beauty of the Red Cross, you do have the ramification down up to the community level. It doesn't leave you with an excuse, you know. I don't have the academy, I don't have CUSO, I don't have VSO, I don't have UNV, because they are there if you are intending. So use your break time, use your vacations for a voluntary cause. That will help you not to create any deficit which might be determinant on your career success.
Okay.
You assign me another question?
No, that's it.
It.
Yes. So the second question, Hope, you are responding to that question.
Yeah, thank you. Straightforward to the question. I know we not all of us come from the same type of families, and parents can be tough at times. So, giving you my own personal experience, I started volunteering when I was 18. I started volunteering with Plan International, and my mom was not very happy with it. He saw that I am not concentrating in school, and I'm diversing from the path that she wanted me to go through. So what I did is that I told them what I want to be. So we had a conversation on what I want to be, and she understood that I have a certain passion of becoming a leader. So I told her, becoming a leader begins with volunteering. So I showed her examples of people who have volunteered and where they have reached. So you know, African parents like to compare their kids with successful kids. So you have to compare the successful kids with yourself, and you show that this is where I want to be, but I will start like somebody else, so and so, to reach where I want to be. So now, she didn't believe in me at first, but then I kept on volunteering. I went on with the UN SDGs ambassador, then I volunteered in schoolwork. Then right now I'm volunteering with the EAC, and she's seeing the benefit of it. So what I can tell you is, you know how best to talk to your parents. One cannot tell you, talk to your parents in a certain way, because you know how they handle conversations. So you just sit down with them, show them the relevant successful people that you compare yourself with. Then I guess in no time, they will see and they will understand. And okay. One thing, be the best at what you're doing. Right. That will encourage them to even understand you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Philip, you are responding to the question from the gentleman about the international students and the issues of documents and how, having opportunities for internship.
In the interest of time, I'll say in our 3 minutes, I'll take only half a minute and then allow my colleagues to wrap up, because the DG has to talk to us in the next 5 minutes. Now, we have offices of directors of career services in some of the institutions. Where they don't exist, we are using the offices of the deans of students. If you need external support, then they can directly reach to CCA, or we can have engagements in the institutions, and we've had several at the Catholic University where you study. Sister Rose has been quite influential in that. The other thing that I'm going to say is we're working with the Inter-University Council for East Africa and the East African Business Council for 2 reasons. We have the East African Common Higher Education Framework that has not really been implemented to allow mobility of students in terms of the workplace, internship, and so forth. And we want to actualize that in terms of allowing students from across East Africa and across Africa to access internships easily in the in-countries where they're studying and across border without limitations. And that would be also supported by the East African Community Secretariat, who were represented here yesterday, and I believe the representatives are still here today. Thank you.
All right. Okay, the 4th question is how to reach the grassroots. Anselme.
Thank you so much, Silva, for the question. I will start with a proverb. It's a Chinese proverb. It says, 不管黑毛毫毛，只朵老树之所毫毛. In English it says, no matter how a cat is black or white, if it catches mouse, it's a good cat. In regard to the question, no matter who raises, who supports another person, that supports counts, no matter who. How do we reach the minorities? I ensure that everyone can be a volunteer, regardless of the age. Our country is structured along a way that every single person has somehow to address the question, the problem. Our National Youth Council is structured to the very 10 houses at a goal. And every quarter, we do an assessment supported by the government. We correct all the questions, problems, issues, social issues at each level, and they do reports until it reaches us, our national level. And we do a policy brief to address each issue at every level. Okay. And you remember, it is easier to address that through that channel.
All right,
Thank you.
Let's keep it brief. Thank you so much. The final question, I don't need to say the question, I'm sure you've heard that.
To answer your question, my dear brother, and I think this applies to everyone, as we volunteer, let us not volunteer aimlessly. Volunteer in spaces that resonate with the brand you want to build for yourself as a young person. The biggest problem we get to have as young people is that we have not defined our area of relevance. We volunteer in climate change, we volunteer in politics and governance, we volunteer in tech, we volunteer in business. Define your area of relevance so that even as you volunteer, you become so good in your craft that you cannot be ignored. And when you get to that point, people begin to demand for your service. They begin to demand for your expertise. And when they do that, it becomes easier for you now to put premium and value to the kind of skill that you're bringing to the table.
Right,
thank you so much.
Thank you for making it so brief. I'll give 1 minute to Keza to conclude the discussion, this panel discussion from all that we've said here.
Okay, thank you, Ayuba. As concluding, let's volunteer. As you've heard, best success, best stories for volunteering, and volunteering is a good thing. You can go far, but as my brother just brought up that question of volunteering for free, let's the private sector, private companies help us with these issues, because among the skills that youth have to get now is the right attitude. The right attitude goes with a dress code, showing yourself at your best day. That requires money. If we can get a stipend from those organizations to help these youth to feel like they are valued, their work is valued, and help themselves as transport and whatever, that would be good. Thank you.
In other words, it shouldn't be an open check to just volunteer without nothing. There should be at least some provision for logistics and to cover for your basic needs like transport and all that. Yeah, it's volunteerism, but then on the other side, well, I'm sure that we are all parties to these conversations, and hopefully we're all listening and we'll learn from it. Whether you're an employer, whether you are creating platforms for young people, and so on. Thank you so much to our panelists for your contributions and giving us this wise counsel. Please, let's be on our feet as we put our hands together for our panelists. Shower, rain, thunder, thunder, thunder. Thank you so much. You can now take your seats, please. Okay, yes. Philip, please, just a second for a picture. Thank you so much. We're pressed for time. All right. So We are now going to be inviting Dr. Kikiri Langat, Director General, TVET Authority, to have a word and make a brief speech. Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for him. Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's always fulfilling to be in such a forum when you are talking directly to the young people, because this is the future of our planet. Two, I'm also happy to be part of today's proceedings. As you were told last year, I also managed to attend your first conference. By that time, I was representing the chief guest, and my speech then was restricted to what the chief guest was required to talk about. And today, I'm representing myself, and I'll talk more on what we are doing to help the young people. Allow me also to thank the CCA. I think you guys, you are doing a fantastic job to bring a conversation among the young people, because sometimes we do such conferences and we ended up talking to ourselves rather than the people who we always aspire to assist. I was told to talk on the opportunities and prospect in training with industry for East Africa economy, and with specific the role of the private sector in the common higher education for common East African market. And when I looked at this topic and looking at the current pertinent issues within the training and career development, I chose to focus to discuss this topic within the perspective of skills and jobs for the 21st century. And I think this is what will really inform the kind of careers we are going to be interested in pursuing. I am from the TVET Authority. Kikiri Langat is my name, and I'm the Director General, as you have said. What I do in everyday life as I wake up is to make sure that we support the young people to build their skills and careers to be able to match with the demands for the skills in the market. So within the training space and looking at the aspects of the future jobs, this has been the center stage of TVET reforms globally, and focusing on the key sectors that presents greatest opportunities for growth, and especially jobs that support sustainable development. As you are aware, everything that we do, we must have it within the sustainability space. Within this space, several sectors like construction, digital, manufacturing, hospitality, creative industry, agriculture, and blue economy have continued to provide greatest potential for future skills, and this requires training system that internationally accepted credentials to guarantee skills passport
for our young people. And since we are living in a global village, and I'm happy even when I'm talking to you here, you are coming from across the continent and even beyond the continent. And therefore, we shouldn't be restricting ourselves when we are looking for opportunities only within our environment and within our country, but we should be open to global opportunities. And therefore, those of us who are in charge of training or career mentorship should be able to prepare these young people to take advantage of these opportunities. Sectors like construction industries are key driver for the value creation in economies around the world, with a projected annual job growth of about 12% to more than 200 million jobs worldwide. To meet the needs of the growing population, which is estimated to be 7.7 billion people living in cities by the year 2050, we need more than 13,000 buildings, along with the supporting fiscal infrastructure must be constructed every day. And this is resulting in about 10 trillion USD worth of investment. And therefore, when we are looking at the opportunities or developing careers, these are some of the indicators that will be guiding us. And I think we have already seen some even happening in this country. Remember, currently the government is focusing on some priority areas which include construction and trying to provide housing units or opportunities for those who are willing to move to urban centers. Some of us have not been able to come to urban centers because, one, you don't even have a place to stay. But if you are able to provide these opportunities to make sure that the many housing units that are being developed will make the houses available and even more affordable, then so many young people will be moving to cities where there are opportunities. And even within the construction sector, it is not just only construction, but we are focusing on smart construction, digital design, green, sustainable, and low carbon buildings are some of the new technologies thus changing completely the building culture and thus opening new opportunities. Smart homes, automated offices, digital modeling, and green energy are some of the things that currently are pushing the architects, builders, and maintenance technicians to focus on reviewing their careers. The other area is on ICT, which is now becoming a key driver on productivity and growth worldwide. Mobility, broadband, platform development, and metadata are shaping the face of business through rapid innovation. Digitization is one of the important aspects of changing technological landscape, including the mass adoption of connected digital services by consumers, enterprises, and government. Most of the developed countries have adopted it and created many IT businesses, startups. Big data will also mean massive opportunities for job creations. And of course, you also know this is also one of the key priority areas for the government in terms of digital infrastructure or superhighway and creative economy. And it is because we are already seeing where the world is moving to, and therefore we must provide opportunities for our young people. Africa faces a youth digital skills gap, which is diluting economic opportunities and development. For example, some 230 million jobs across the continent will require some level of digital skills by 2030. And according to the study that was done by international finance corporations, about 600 million, or this 230 million jobs will translate to about 650 million training opportunities and an estimated 130 billion market. And this is in the continent. Also, according to the preliminary findings, by 2030, some level of digital skills will be required for about 50 to 55% jobs in Kenya, 35 to 45 in Côte d'Ivoire, Nigeria, Rwanda, and 20 to 25% in Mozambique. And therefore, according to these preliminary studies, the digital skills will be in high demand. And I think already some of you have experienced this, that you have even started working from the comfort of your home, especially when you already have connectivity. So therefore, the demand for digital skills training in Africa will surge in the coming decade, and as jobs that before did not need digital skills will be required. More interestingly is that each additional IT job that could be created generate employment for 3 more people outside the industry. Efficiency and innovativeness to stem from the data that will see those economies harnessing it, use it gainfully, and make it more advantage in terms of service provision. This will further advance the Internet of Things, where all devices are connected to assist our daily work and life. It's going to make life more easy and more meaningful. On the other end, also the Industry 4.0 is creating a mismatch between available workers and the skills necessary for the jobs created globally. Part of the challenge the industry faces is understanding how today's jobs and associated skills are translated into new jobs and career pathways that continue to evolve along with the advanced technology. So it is therefore more important to understand the skills that will become a must, or what we call must have, in the future workplace, and the pathways for training and education to enable these skills. Employers and workers alike need to embrace a work environment that is expected to blend advanced technology and digital skills with unique human skills that will yield the highest level of productivity. Of course, we experienced this during the COVID-19 that disrupted the economies, and those people who had invested in the digital skills were able to continue with minimal interruption. Equally, hospitality and tourism is one of the world's largest employers, and before COVID-19, the industry, along with the related investment supply chain, contributed employment to over 400 million people around the world. The global hospitality market size was estimated to be worth 3,900 billion USD in 2021, and it is predicted to grow to around 6,500 billion USD by 2028, with a compound annual growth of 10% in the same period. Hence, the industry continues to be a powerful generator of career opportunities. Every job again created in the industry translates to 1.5 jobs down the supply chain, spurring growth in local communities, and the industry is expected to support additional 100 million jobs worldwide by 2028. The employers are looking for a combination of hard and soft skills to deliver the ultimate case experience. Some of the skills that include coding, not only for setting websites and e-business platform, but also help them understand and integrate with more tools. Also, the ability to accurately gather and analyze data will help identify experience valued cases for improved decision making. And I think those of us who have been traveling, whenever you probably looking for a place to stay, fill your information, you can see the kind of information they keep sharing because they want to know how you appreciated their services, what are the additional services, what are the new services they're providing. And this is what is making this industry very attractive at the moment. Some of the things that you use to get through maybe agents, some of them services are now available online and you can easily access them. Guests prefer reading reviews and making recommendations for hotels, resorts, and restaurants on social media and as opposed to official business website. Therefore, graduates with combination of managerial expertise, soft skills, and digital savvy are in high demand and in short supply. The creative industry and all of us with the social media platform like TikTok, Instagram, you can see how the creative industry has really used this platform. The creative industry continues to be one of the fastest growing sectors globally, and it is estimated to account for 10% of the GDP in the US and Brazil. It also been crucial in the development of fast growing economies like India, South Korea, Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Nigeria. The industry, which has its origin in individual creativity, skills, and talent, with a potential for wealth and job creation through the generation and exploitation of intellectual property. Creative industry jobs are hugely varied and include, among others, writing code for tech startups, creating costumes and backstage at a theater, drawing buildings plan in an architectural studio, or filming a football game. It's therefore important to develop the technical abilities and specialists to know that the industry is able to push this to the intended case. The global demand for food, and I don't want to skip this because this is an area where the young people are not really seeing the opportunities that are created. So the global demand for food will grow by about 30% by 2030, yet the agriculture is also is becoming a very small market share of about 3%. The reality is that very little innovation has taken place in the industry lately, and in any case, nothing to indicate that food scarcity and hunger will be an issue which will not be addressed in the coming decade. Therefore, the issues that are placing pressure on the legacy in agriculture in meeting the demand for the future include demographic, scarcity of natural resources, climate change, food waste, which will intensify the hunger and food scarcity. And therefore, agriculture will remain one of the focus area that we need to look at. And how do we make the young people to be attracted to agriculture is if we start investing in smart farmings that will integrate the technologies such as sensors, devices, machines, and ICT to be able to predict the factors that affect the farming. Lastly is the area of the blue economy, which is estimated to be worth 300 billion USD and employing about 350 million people globally, is also growing very fast. And action is needed to attract enough people to fill the million of new jobs being created in tourism, fishing, aquaculture, maritime transport, ocean-based renewable energy, and marine biotechnology, among others. According to the International Chamber of Shipping, there will be serious shortage of seafarers by 2026 unless the industry significantly increase the training and recruitment. Also, many maritime-based jobs do not necessarily involve working on board ships, as the ocean sector needs scientists, engineers, technicians, and data modelers. In conclusion, the education providers need to align the offered opportunities to accommodate this surge in demand, while policymakers and the private sector also need to work together to improve on the necessary infrastructure to meet this. And therefore, the link between the training providers, industry, and policymakers are those of you who are driving the career. Thank you, and God bless you.
Again, let's put our hands together for the gentle Dr. Kirui. We appreciate you for the presentation and for the opportunities you have shown exist. Now, we are also going to invite Dr. Julius Kipnechi Teach. He is the Group CEO of Jubilee Insurance. He's also going to be making a speech here. Please, let's put our hands together for him as he comes.
Okay, it's a great pleasure for me to be here to address young people. Dr. Langat has espoused a lot of the issues I would probably have talked about, but I just want to add a few things. One is, you as young people, you are very fortunate, to be born at this time. There are incredible advantages that probably you take for granted, but as young people, you are probably the most advantaged Africans of any generation. Look at it this way. You are maturing as an adult when we have proliferation of bandwidth. Okay? Don't take bandwidth for granted, because a child in Turkana, a child in Nairobi, and a child in New York access exactly the same information. Thomas Friedman, a journalist with the New York Times, called it, "The world is flat," which is, the opportunities are equal. What does that mean for you as a young person? It means you have to seize the opportunity and say, if a child in New York or London or Nairobi or Marsabit accesses the same information, what can you do with that information to advantage yourself? So we are in this point in time when the stars are beginning to align for Africa. In addition to just bandwidth and access to incredible information. Remember, the world has stored in the last 5 years more information than it has ever stored since creation. So the rate at which we are storing information is incredible. And thanks to cloud computing, we are storing information. So therefore, with a smartphone, it doesn't matter how cheap or expensive it is, with bandwidth, access to the internet, you can access to, you have access to incredible information as a young person. I remember when we were students in the university in the 80s, there was no microcomputer, there was no internet, and if your professor tells you to go and research something which you take a few seconds, it used to take us 2-3 weeks to search for that information. You go to the library and you are looking for a particular textbook, only one, borrowed by somebody, or if you find it, the page that you are looking for, somebody has torn it. Today, you have access to the same information. It doesn't matter whichever part of the universe you are in. Even when you're in the International Space Station, you can access the same information. So we are here today to say a lot has happened and we need to take advantage of the changing landscape in the world. The other thing is we are the only continent still having very young people. The rest of the world are aging. You know, the average age in Africa today is 19. The oldest people in the world are the Japanese. The average age is 52. In fact, the Japanese now are in mortal decline. That population is unlikely to recover. So nobody knows whether there will be a country by 2100 called Japan. Isn't it about time we think of colonizing Japan? Don't you think so? If they are in mortal decline, who will occupy it? The rest of the world colonized us. Why don't we colonize them? And you are the generation you probably think of, if they are declining and they are unlikely to recover, which is true. The other country which is unlikely to recover are the Germans. The average age is 51. And the way they are going now, their fertility rate, which is the children per woman, is falling to almost zero. They are no longer producing. So who is going to occupy Germany? Isn't it you guys? Or your children? Or your grandchildren? So we need to think more creatively as Africans. We are the youngest, and the stars are aligned because the technology is here for us to acquire much more information and make greater decisions than any other generation of Africans ever. Now, you are in East Africa. This conference is organized in East Africa. East Africa has incredible advantages. From my assessment, there are 3 countries in Africa with the greatest potential in the next 50 years. Of all the 54 countries in Africa, the 3 with the greatest potential are in East Africa. Number 1 is Somalia. I know most of you probably look at me and like, Somalia, really? The answer is yes. Somalia has the longest coastline in Africa. 3,000 kilometers. Dr. Langat talked about the blue economy. The greatest potential of the blue economy in Africa is Somalia. And they have the most entrepreneurial population in Africa. What is holding them back? It is young people like you called Al-Shabaab. Why? How does Al-Shabaab emerge? It is young people missing opportunity. Now, when young people are given opportunity, they will drop their guns and now say, we have more useful jobs and we can do it. I see a lot of potential in Somalia, and possibly it could be one of the richest countries in Africa by 2050. Just watch. The second one is DRC. It looks a little chaotic now, but DRC, in terms of natural resources, is the 3rd richest country in the world in natural resources. Remember, it has the 2nd largest forest in the world, Congo forest, after the Amazon. So in terms of just the forest resources, forget about even the minerals. That is incredible. They can earn incredible money from carbon credits alone. So, if you look at DRC, it is large enough. It is, remember, DRC is 4 times the size of Kenya. So when you have a large country like that with incredible resources, all what it does it need to do? To stabilize its politics. If DRC just cleans up its politics and does what is required of any country in the world, that country will be flying. So therefore, it is important for you as young people to say opportunities are within our region. And the third one is Tanzania. How many Tanzanians are here? I can see a few there. The rest? Okay. Let me give you the reasons why I believe Tanzania has the #1 potential in Africa. One, it is double the size of Kenya, roughly. Because Kenya is 580,000 square kilometers, Tanzania is 945,000. So almost double the size of Kenya. But look at the statistics for Tanzania. One, it doesn't have the challenges that Somalia and DRC has. If those ones solve their governance issues, they are off and flying. But Tanzania has a head start. It has never had a militant population. That itself unstable. Same ruling party since independence, 60 years. So it's politically stable. But look at the other statistics for Tanzania. 80% of Tanzania is arable. In Kenya, it's only 20%. So in terms of agricultural potential, no country can beat Tanzania in Africa. 50% of Lake Victoria, which is the second largest freshwater lake in the world, is in Tanzania. Half. 5% of it is in Kenya. 50% in Tanzania. The other 45, of course, is in Uganda. In terms of wildlife resources, Tanzania is probably one of the richest in biodiversity. For example, there are 2 species that they are among the leading in the world. Number one is 50% of the world lions are in Tanzania. Half the lions of the world are in one country, and that is Tanzania. Almost 20,000 of them. And they are number 3 in elephants in the world. They have around 80,000 elephants. They also have the second largest conservation area in the world, a national reserve called Selous. So in terms of just the natural resources, their country is incredible. In Kenya, we are struggling to increase our tea exports as our #1 foreign exchange earner as a commodity. Tanzania, their #1 foreign exchange earner is gold. So in terms of just mineral resources, nobody can beat them. Now, those of you who are Kenyans, after just hearing that about Tanzania, what are you still doing here? What are you we are part of EAC. What are you still doing here? Why don't you close ranks with the young people of Tanzania and see what you can do in agriculture, what you can do in tourism, okay? Whether you can support them from a technology point of view. Their blue economy is also big. They have a 1,000-kilometer coastline. Kenya has 500. So, and they have discovered gas. The pipeline, the oil pipeline from Uganda is not passing through Kenya, unfortunately. It is passing through Tanzania to Tanga. guys. Tanzania is your greatest playing ground. You can move in and see what you can do. Okay? So, I've given you just 3 economies in East Africa which have the greatest potential in Africa. What are we lacking there in all of them? Investments. That's what we are lacking. And we need now to lobby governments and say, put in place the necessary policies to attract foreign investment to all these countries in East Africa. It is possible. Let me just give you the example of Dubai. Dubai is basically a desert. Those of you who have been to Dubai, it's just sand. There's nothing else. But how come Dubai is the largest construction site on earth? The largest construction site on earth. The average temperature in Dubai is 45. The average temperature in East Africa is 26. The most livable part of the world is here in East Africa. But somebody in Dubai thought, how can we make it possible for Dubai to be the headquarters, the regional headquarters for many companies? Many multinationals, the Africa regional headquarters is in Dubai. So they created an airline called Emirates. They put in place very attractive policies for people to locate their headquarters in Dubai. 40 years later, after they put all those policies, everybody is attracted to Dubai. Let me give you some of the things they did. Look at, for example, work permits. The local people are 900,000. The local people are 900,000. The Emiratis. The foreigners are 8 million. So, if they were to think like us, where you are blocking people, would they have that number of opportunities for other people from all over the world? It attracts young people from Pakistan, India, Philippines. They are all flocking there. When they tax these people, who becomes rich? The local Emiratis, isn't it? So even the way our governments think needs to be liberalized, needs to think bigger. And so therefore, we are saying we have the greatest opportunities in East Africa. All we just need to do is to think a little more creatively. So, what do we then need to do? I have a few ideas that we need to start thinking about. Number one is our government needs to be more creative in the way we attract foreign direct investment. It just be a bit more creative. And I would like us to copy Dubai. Just in the way we are creative, so that then people bring their savings and take advantage of the opportunities here to employ young people. Number two is we need to reform our capital markets. Our capital markets need to be reformed because why is it that somebody like Elon Musk is an African, he's a South African, and he ran away to America. And he said the reason why he ran away to America is whatever ideas he wanted to do, they were not possible to be done in South Africa because he couldn't raise the capital. America is not one country that is very easy to raise capital. If you look at, say, Facebook, for example, Zuckerberg could not have succeeded if he was in Africa. He could not succeed if he went to a market where it's easy to raise capital. And so that is one area I want us together collectively as Africans, we reform our capital markets. So then young people who have ideas can raise capital. And it doesn't require, it's not rocket science, by the way, to have a very robust capital market so that then people can raise capital in this part of the world. Number 3 is young people then also have to be agile, agility in the way we look at skills development. Now, be sure as a young person that you are going to change jobs. Current research shows you are going to change jobs 5 times in your lifetime. So whatever you start with today, most likely you will have changed your mind in another 5 to 10 years. And you are likely to change that mind 5 times in your lifetime. It means, therefore, you as young people need to be agile. Agility becomes critical. And so start figuring out that some of the skills that you are possessing now are likely to expire or become irrelevant, and so therefore become agile and free yourself. Number 4 is I want you to have a global mind. A lot of young people are too localized. You only think of Kenya or your country, Tanzania or Burundi or Rwanda. We need to think more broadly as East Africa. I would like to see some of you become more adventurous and say, are there opportunities in Mogadishu? Okay? Or Kinshasa. Look at Equity Bank, a Kenyan bank, and they saw opportunity in DRC. They assessed the risk and moved in. What has happened 7 years later? 7 years later, DRC is their second most profitable operation after Kenya. And they expect that by next year, DRC will be the most profitable subsidiary within the portfolio, the 6 countries they are in. It takes courage to jump out of your comfort zone and say, I will go there. They went at scale. You can go at a smaller operation and partner there and you grow. The day we reform capital markets, whatever idea you have, we can now scale you. Number 5 is mentorship and coaching. We need now to step up, and this is where now the corporate world where we are come in. We can support young people in mentoring. Some of you just require somebody to unhold you and affirm your ideas, affirm your thoughts, and say, those of you who have traveled, I have this idea. If I go to Cameroon, can I grow? We as Africans, God has given us a huge platform. Africa is 30 million square kilometers, 3 times the size of the US in land area. So we have incredible platform. So therefore, mine is just to say, young people, you are thinking small. I want to cheer you and inspire you and say, think big. Our continent is big. Don't worry about your skin color, because colonialism and slavery said you are inferior. There is nothing inferior. Human anatomy is exactly the same. Whether you are white, brown, yellow, black, it's all the same. What we want you to have is the courage to say, I can do it. And I have no doubt in my mind that Africa is in the best position ever. The stars are aligned for us. We are just looking for young people to take advantage of those stars. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Kipnetich, for this presentation. He is the Group CEO, Jubilee Insurance. And, you know, just listening to him, I was just asking myself, I said, wow, so all this knowledge poured in here, how many people paid to be here? Nobody. Getting all this for free. If you are to pay for all that you have heard today here, how much do you think you'll pay for? And how long do you think it will take you to gather all the information that has been compressed into these 2 days? So for that, let's do another round of applause. This time, our way. Let's go again. Shower, 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 rain. Thunder, thunder, thunder. Thank you so much. All right, now, quickly before we go on lunch break, we'll be going on our lunch break in a few minutes. We are going to also invite another speaker to share with us some of his experience as well. Gideon Murenga, he's a senior TVET and labor markets advisor, youth employment and vocational training, GIZ, that's G's. Please let's put our hands together for him as he comes on. Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping.
All right, thank you so much. So I will be very, very brief in my presentation because of time. There's a slide that needs to be running, so I hope it's coming up. I think that will make my work easier and faster. But as they are doing the setup, so my name is Gideon Murenga. I work with GIZ as the Senior TVET Advisor. And basically, since we're having a discussion about the youth, one of the things that we always focus on is skills development. I think the game changer for every young people is the skills that you have. That will set you apart from anybody else when it comes to the world of job market. One thing I always say is that skills don't die. Only human beings die. That means if you acquire skills, you can practice your skills until your last day in this world. It means that you have an opportunity to earn a living, to enjoy your field of passion until your last day. Those going for formal employment, they know. When it hits 55, 60 years, it's retirement. That's why all of us are looking for PNP, permanent and pensionable. It's always a concern because you don't have anything else that sets you apart from the rest. So we talk about setting a skill set of combined and common skills that will increase your relevance in the world of work. So bring up the slides, please. Move to the next slide. So I'll speak about in the context of youth employment and vocational training program that we implement, which is jointly funded by the German government and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Finland. That's the context that I'll be using. We can move to the next slides. And even as we are discussing about this, one of the things we always talk about is that a lot of us believe that success is confined within the walls of a university, and it's not. The world has changed. The pressures that we look about, that I must have a university, unfortunately, we are training for esteem rather than for relevance. I want to be a graduate. I want to have a title. That's why even our experts are talking about doing a lot of basic research to acquire titles and get promotions, but research that does not help the community. And that's why we still have huge unemployment issues in this country and in Africa as a whole. So go to the next slide. That's just part of the program. But when you look at the overview of the ESC economy, we are talking about promoting trade and investment. What is our asset? Young and growing population. But our biggest challenge is unemployment, poverty, and lack of skilled workers. We can move to the next slide. So one of the things we are promoting is training for relevance, and training for relevance means you have to train with the industry. We have to train. What does the industry require? That enables us to train for relevance so that your transition to the world of work is much faster. And the industry, I've just picked 4 areas, some of the benefits. They will help us with the skills gap mitigation. There's enhanced employability. That means a lot of industry-driven, a lot of trainees that have trained with the industry. You understand the culture of the industry. You know how to handle clients. Practical skills, you know them. So therefore, for you to get a job is plug and play. You're employed in the morning, you start working in the afternoon. Why are industries struggling? They need to retrain. They don't get people with the right skills, and that brings a huge challenge. when it comes to employment. Let's go to the next space, boosting innovation. When you work with the industry or train with the industry, innovation is a new thing that we have to look at. It promotes innovation, and innovation is what creates new industries. We all want employment, but somebody created the job. So you go with your papers to seek employment. A lot of us have had this discussion about grade A's being employed by grade C's. That's why I'm a big promoter of skills development, because they have trained in the space that allows them to be innovative. They come up with industries, they come up with entities that we all go for when we are looking for jobs. So working with the industry helps us to promote innovation and, of course, economic growth. Our industries need to be competitive at global level. They need to have a productive, competent, and dynamic workforce. Next slide. So sectors have been spoken about of focus. Of course, manufacturing is key for the region. Technology, which has been spoken about, agriculture and tourism, so I don't want to get into that. Let's go to the next slide. Of course, the things we need to address is funding, the coordination component, that means the coordination between the academic unit and the industry. How do we work together? In such a discussion that we have here, how many people do we have from the industry, for example, to get to understand what is it that they want? We are discussing about issues of unemployment, but the employers are the industries. Are they here to tell us what exactly the challenge that they face? Go to the next slide. Of course, the issues to address are policies and regulations, partnership and collaboration, and incentives and funding, because we also have to look at what is the incentive structures for the industry to be able to continue supporting the model. Let's go to the next slide. So in the TVET space, next slide, we are promoting what we refer to as competency-based education and training. And one of the models that as a project we are supporting in Kenya is the dual TVET. Dual, the name dual, twice. You train a minimum of 50% in the industry. The remaining time you train in school. So there's an alternation model. CBET will provide the foundation of framework for dual TVET to take place. So it provides a competency-based approach, the pedagogy that is necessary to develop practical skills. Let's go to the next slide. What have we seen so far? When you look at the two, we are comparing conventional TVET and the dual TVET. In the conventional TVET, you only go for attachment once, 3 months. In the dual TVET, you are training a minimum of 50% training in the industry. So the exposure to practical training in dual TVET is more than 90%, whereas in the other is less than 25%. Let's go to the next slide. So that is the model that we use to run the program. A curriculum is split into two. You generate an industry-based training plan and a school-based training plan. Now what you see at the bottom, that is how the rotation model works. First 3 months you start in school. Then you go to the industry for 3 months. Then you come back to school again for 3 months. Then you go to the industry for 3 months. So you rotate. We call it a block release model until you complete your training. So by the time your training is over, you have actually spent 50% of your training in the industry. So there are other things that happen in the model. A training MOU is signed between the institution, the trainee, and the company. And of course, then that generates industry-ready graduates. Let's go to the next part. So those are the steps we take our students through. First of all, the industry comes in to tell us what are the skills needed. I know some institutions with automotive courses still train the carburetor system, and somebody is asking how many carburetor engines can you be able to see on the road. We are talking about EFI electric cars. In fact, now we are talking about hydrogen powered engines. Our institutions training that, because that is where the industry is. Go to the next step. I want to focus on step 3. Just go back a little bit. Step 3, the industry develops the curriculum and training programs. The industry takes part in recruiting and selecting students, so they help with issues of career guidance. I think issues of careers have been discussed here before. Why? Because they're able to know, did you take a course because your father told you to take the course, or because somebody told you this is the most marketable course? Then along the way you drop out because it is not your area of passion. So our industries are able to conduct aptitude tests. They're able to conduct written tests to make sure that the right students get into the right program. And of course, then assessment and certification. Go to the next slide. So the industry is actually at the center. So the blue section highlights the industry when it comes to the dual TVET model that we are implementing. In fact, the photo you see at the top right, that is one of the industries that is supporting dual TVET within the institutions in Kenya. That is New KCC. And that is a student they were screening to get into the program. That is a refrigeration and air conditioning course. So the industry is actually at the center. When it comes to recruitment, when it comes to signing agreement with the institutions, when it comes to providing on-the-job and classroom training. So they're actually at the center of every part of the training. So as I move towards the end, this model is currently being implemented in 65 TVET schools in Kenya across the country, all the way from Kilifi to Busia. They have dual TVET programs. The pilot class had about 47 students that joined in 2019. Interesting enough, out of the 47, 12 were graduates. They had completed their degrees, went to the market, they couldn't get a job opportunity. When they came back for the practical training, they went through the program and all the 47 actually transited to employment without any challenge. Because the discussion has always been that the industry is looking for skilled personnel. On the other side, we are saying there are no jobs. Have you trained for the right skills for the job market? That's always the question. So we need to deviate from training for esteem. It's not about acquiring titles for promotion. It's not about telling us, this is the school I went to. What can you be able to do? And that is what we refer to as competencies. If you cannot position your competencies, then there's a big problem. So this is a game changer, and when you look at even the modern industries, they are now changing from asking you for certificates. You go for an interview, the first thing they do, they give you some scenario, or they put you in a workshop. They want to see what can you be able to do. Then your certificate are asked from you later. That is the space that how things have changed. So even for all of us, even if we take a degree direction, the skills component is what will set you apart. So we have to look at what can you be able to do. And that is the space that will be able to transform your own life, your society, will be able to transform the economy of this country and improve your living standards. So final slide, just show that final slide. So the call to action for the stakeholders, that is government, industry, and educational institutions, they need to invest in industry-linked training to unlock ESC's economic potential and empower our youth. Collaboration is key to achieving sustainable growth and meaningful employment. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that presentation. Our speaker was Gideon Murenga, Senior TVET and Labor Markets Advisor for Youth, Employment and Vocational Training, GIZ. Thank you, indeed, we do appreciate it. Please let's put our hands together for him again for that beautiful presentation. I know by now many of us may be looking at our time, thinking, oh, when are we going to take a break? The time is now. So we've come to that point where we'll take a break for lunch, and then we'll be back shortly to continue with some of the sessions that we have here today. I don't know if we have any announcements regarding the lunch. Livingston? Okay, otherwise, if there's no any other, I think we'll just take the same routine as yesterday to go for our lunch. And then we'll be back in a few. I'm not sure what time, but maybe in 30 minutes' time. You can now leave. Thank you so much.
you.